Any better? Yes, fantastic. At the back, yes. Louder? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So my name is Rebecca Norman. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry and determine the related appeal. The inquiry is into an appeal made by Mrs Smeaton, Tremport Investments Limited, under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, against a decision by Medway Council to refuse planning permission for an outline application with all matters reserved except for access, and that's for a residential development of up to 250 homes and a mixed-use community hub with associated infrastructure, including public open space, community facilities comprising a replacement sport ground and pavilion, and with access from Church Street, Cooling Road and Butway Lane. And that's at land east and west of Church Street, Cliffe, Rochester. For the benefit of those less familiar with public inquiries, I need to explain that I have a number of opening remarks to begin with, and I will shortly invite those appearing and wishing to speak to confirm your names and details. I will then explain the procedure that this inquiry will follow, and we can also discuss the timetable at that point. And finally, I'll set out the main issues for consideration in this appeal. This should take me about 30 minutes or so, and then I will invite the appellant, the council and the Rule 6 parties to make brief opening statements before proceeding with the presentation and questioning of evidence. So before I ask the speakers to introduce themselves, there are a few housekeeping matters for today and for the rest of the inquiry. As PINS is subject to the General Data Protection Regulations, if you feel it necessary to refer to sensitive personal information, you may do so in writing rather than in front of everyone. Can you please ensure that any mobile phones and devices are on silent? I'll lead the inquiry and guide the proceedings based on the timetable, and I'll invite people to speak when appropriate. All inquiry documents are on the council's website if you need to look at those. And before we move on, perhaps a representative from the council could just explain where the fire exits and facilities are within the building and whether or not we're expecting a fire alarm today. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And just an additional point, it is quite warm in here. If anyone feels the need to remove their jackets at any point during the day, please feel free. I don't want anyone flaking out on us, so thank you. So I shall now take the names of those who wish to speak, beginning with the appellant, please.
Good morning, madam. I hope you can hear me and others in the room.
Probably bring it closer.
Good morning. Is that any better for those at the back? My name is James Strawn, spelt Strachan, S-T-R-A-C-H-A-N, of King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Mr. Hugh Edwards of Stantec on behalf of the appellant, and subject to discussion, I have a number of witnesses that I'm intending to call, up to 6, but potentially just 4 of them. And their names are Mr. Hamshaw, dealing with transport, Mr. Grady, dealing with sports and recreation facilities, Mr. Tarbert, dealing with design, Mr. Edwards, dealing with planning, and then the 2 who may or may not need to be called are Mr. Boakes on air quality and Mr. Brownstone on noise. And you should have documents from all of those witnesses.
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the council.
Good morning, madam. And can you hear me? Yes? Fabulous. My name is Ben Dufer. I'm a barrister at Cornerstone Barristers, instructed on behalf of the solicitor, or instructed by the solicitor to Medway Council. And I will be calling one witness, Mr. David Churchill, who gives all the evidence on behalf of the local authority in this matter. Madam, can I just mention one housekeeping matter at this stage?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill has an alarm at 1 o'clock
Yes.
on his phone, which is a reminder to take some painkillers,
Yeah,
just so you're aware.
Not a problem at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we've got 2 Rule 6 parties for the Parish Council. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Chris Fribbins from the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Parish Council, representing the Parish Council as a Rule 6 party.
Thank you very much. And for the Residents Development Group?
Oh, good morning. My name's
morning.
Justin Bruntscale, and I'm representing the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Resident Development Group. And we have a couple of matters of housekeeping, if we could deal with. The first is, we would like to apply for an adjournment of this hearing. Obviously, that can be held. Or I can present on that now, or we can go into housekeeping matters. And then there's just one matter on the timetable regarding access on the Thursday morning for one of the group.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll come back to those points. If I just take
Thank
the
you.
names, while I'm on the names, take the names of those who wish to speak from the interested parties, and then we'll return to those in due course. Thank you. Okay. And interested parties who wish to speak, can I take your names, please? If you'd like to raise... Yes, sir. Sorry? Colin Elliott, Mr. Elliott, thank you. And are you a resident?
I'm a resident and I have statements to read out.
Thank you very much. How many statements do you have?
I've personally got other members.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The lady in the purple shirt, thank you.
Heather Wright,
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Cliffe. I have my own statement and two other statements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The lady in the green, thank you.
I'm Jill Wright, resident of Cliffe, and I have my statement.
Thank you very much. And the gentleman behind you?
Robin Theobald, and I'm chairman of the Dickens Country Protection Society.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry, I couldn't see you.
I'm a resident of Cliffe, and I have my statement to read.
Thank you. Red and white striped shirt? Yes, thank you.
My name is Yasmin Elliott, and I'm reading two statements on behalf of the
Thank you very much. And the gentleman in the blazer, thank you.
Rebecca, Mark Stratford, I'm a resident of Cliffe and I have statements to read out after someone else and
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, that's fine. I can hear from you today. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Robert Wyatt, resident of Cliffe, my own statement and one other to read.
Thank you. Anyone else? Have I got everyone? No. Okay, thank you very much. You'll see that I've programmed you to speak after the initial openings this morning. Hopefully that's okay. This doesn't preclude anyone who's not able to attend today. If anyone comes on subsequent days who wishes to speak, we can accommodate them. But sorry, I just explaining that I've programmed you to speak today. Well, I'm trying my best. I have a microphone. I'm not allowed to sit that end. Yes, well, I'll try my best. Yeah. So I've programmed you to speak this morning after the initial openings from the four parties. That doesn't preclude anyone who comes on subsequent days who wishes to speak. They can also be accommodated. So, thank you. Is there anyone here from the press today? Nope. No. Does anyone intend to film or record the event? I understand it's being live streamed. I think, is that correct?
I believe so. Mr. Simon, who sits at the back of the room, is in charge really of everything, and so he probably knows the answer to that.
It's being live streamed, is that correct? Yes. Oh, fantastic, thank you. Okay,
Yes, that is correct.
thank you. All right. Okay, so turning to notification letters, I've seen copies of the Council's letters of notification of the appeal, confirming the date and time and location of the inquiry and the list to whom those were sent, so thank you for those. I have also had confirmation that the site notices were displayed. So unless there are any comments on the notification, I'm satisfied that the rules on notification of the appeal and the inquiry have been met. Any comments? Okay, thank you. So to confirm, I've copies of the representations that are made in response to the appeal notifications and the original planning application, and I will take them all into account when making my decision. I've received proofs of evidence from the main party's witnesses, so I expect them to be largely taken as read. And I've also received version 7 of the Statement of Common Ground, setting out the matters on which the main parties agree and disagree, received on the 12th of May, and I've also received the comments from the Rule 6 parties on the Statement of Common Ground. Are there any updates to that at this stage?
Sorry, Madam, I think we're going to try and ensure you've got a signed copy today, because the nature of sending it electronically means that you may not have got a signed copy,
Possibly not yet.
but we'll try and sort that today.
Thank you very much. Okay. So conditions and planning obligations. I will need to discuss what planning conditions might be appropriate were I to allow the appeal. This is a standard procedure. It doesn't mean that I've made my mind up on the case, nor will it prejudice the Council and the Rule 6 parties' position in this appeal. I've seen a list of suggested conditions attached to the Statement of Common Ground, and that goes hand in hand with sort of what you've just said. They'll be updated on the signed version. Is that correct?
The conditions, I don't know that they do need updating unless there's...
They're as per version 7.
I think they're as per the version. I think all that needs to be done in the version, between the version that you have and the one that hopefully you will have later, is signatures,
Okay.
so far as I'm aware.
Thank you.
Yes, I can confirm that's right. So we've got some observations about the conditions for the conditions session
Yes.
In light of the tests, but I can discuss those with my learned friend before that session anyway, and see if we can reach any further agreement.
Yes, and you'll see that the conditions session is programmed for later on anyway, so there's time to discuss those as required. I've seen a draft copy of a legal agreement, which I received last week, so thank you. Are there any updates on that at this stage? Nope.
I understand the version you've got has it been agreed with the council, but Mr. Defer can confirm that either now or later. But I think that's my understanding at least.
Thank you. Okay, so turning to the plans, I have a list of all the plans, drawings and documents upon which the local planning authority made their decision. I noticed the plans listed in the condition in the Statement of Common Ground. Are they the correct plans? I can... Sorry, I'm just trying to find them. Sorry, it took me a minute to relocate it. So that's condition 3. The plans listed in there are the correct ones.
I believe so. The only plan that's listed in there, which is intended to be illustrative because it's an outline planning application, is the illustrative master plan. So there may need to be a need to take that out of the condition as opposed to the parameter plans, which are intended to be fixing the scope of the development.
Thank you. Okay. So I can confirm that I've got copies of all the core documents and inquiry documents, and all documents and evidence should have already been provided, notwithstanding the conditions and any cost submissions and the legal agreement. However, if you intend to submit anything else, please tell me now.
Madam, there is one document which I raised with my learned friend, which is a decision last week from Uttlesford, issued on the 11th of May. I can give you the paragraph numbers that we rely on, and we'll obviously deal with it in evidence in chief of Mr. Churchill a bit later today, if that's okay. I've got copies.
Thank you. Mr. Strawn, do you have any comments on that?
I haven't seen it yet. Thanks. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't have any comments as yet, but I haven't generally got objection to you seeing other appeal decisions subject to submissions about that. The only other thing I was going to point out is that in the core documents, you've got a number of other appeal decisions and decision notices relating to this area. With the decision notices, I don't think you're meant to have on the core documents the corresponding committee report, which was sent in but don't appear to have been uploaded. So I'm hoping we can remedy that this morning.
That's fine. I can see if they've not been uploaded to my end, and I can sort that out during an adjournment.
Thank you.
When we do have an adjournment, perhaps if the 4 parties can just consider the additional decision and just provide comments after that, then you've got time to consider it. Thank you. Turning to costs, I've not been notified any of this at this stage, and I'm not inviting any, but if it changes, I'll expect these in writing before the close of the inquiry. Thank you. So turning to the inquiry procedure, I shall be following the procedures in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules with some roundtable sessions also. For those less familiar with the inquiries, the procedure is as follows. When I've conducted these opening remarks, I'll invite the appellant and then the counsel and then the 2 Rule 6 parties to make brief opening statements, and this will help everyone to understand the main arguments. I will then hear from any interested parties who have requested to speak, and I may have some questions for you. The inquiry will then proceed on a party-based order, and I'll hear evidence from the counsel first, followed by the Rule 6 parties, and then the appellant's witnesses, with witnesses giving evidence in chief and being cross-examined by the advocates. Following each party's evidence, I may have some questions, and there will be opportunities for re-examination. Towards the end of the inquiry, I anticipate holding a roundtable discussion with the council, Rule 6 parties and appellant on conditions and planning obligations. And to finish, I'll hear closing submissions from the council, the 2 Rule 6 parties and the appellant's advocates in that order. I've already seen the site and the surrounding area from public viewpoints to familiarise myself with the surroundings, and I'll conduct a further site visit at a suitable point during or after the inquiry, which will be accompanied. I should stress that the site visit is purely for me to see the site and the surrounding with no discussion of the merits of the case. And I can confirm I've seen a suggested route, so thank you very much for putting that together for me. That's really helpful. I think if we discuss the timetable, the inquiry is scheduled for 6 days, and it's possibly beneficial to discuss the timetable now because I know we've got some issues with availability. Have you got... I did a timetable yesterday, I don't know whether you've seen, based on the email that was sent through. And
Madam, can I just say I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay.
It's probably made its way to Mr. Simon, but he's been inundated with things this morning,
Yes,
so it may
of
not have
course.
quite made its way to me. So if that could just come to me now. Can you? How is the sound? Can you hear what's going on at the front? You can hear, okay. The Inspector sent a timetable apparently yesterday, which I've not seen. Would that be possible to come to me? Thank you.
Yes, it followed the email that Mr. Simon sent with sort of the rough guidelines. I believe the Rule 6 resident group have difficulties with Wednesday afternoon. Do you want to take that now? Because that was a point you were going to raise.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. The difficulty we have principally at the moment is on Thursday morning. We'd like some time set aside, as it's the only time one of the people that provide the proofs of evidence can be here. And as these have been provided by a community group, we thought it would be useful to have the people that had worked on them and partially helped author them actually present the evidence themselves. I could do it, but I would do an inadequate job, I'm afraid.
Right. So how many people are you likely to have presenting?
There's 4, I believe, is there not?
There's 4 of us,
Yes, 4 presenting on the 6 proofs of evidence. And on proof of evidence 4 and 6, the only availability of that person is on Thursday.
Right. And was it for the appellant we had difficulties with Thursday? Was Mr. Strawn?
Yes, I'm afraid that is right, Madam. But on Thursday, in your programme, I've got showing on the Wednesday afternoon, Rule 6, Residence Group Examination in Chief, 2 hours and 50 minutes. So I'm assuming that that's that would have been all 4 witnesses, that 2 hour, 50-minute estimate that's on the Wednesday. So I haven't got any difficulty, if everyone else is happy, with taking the 4th witness, if I can put it that way, but the one who can't attend on Wednesday could appear on the Thursday. And it is obviously it's slightly unconventional to have a group of witnesses. What I was proposing, I'd understood there to be 1 witness, but if they're now 4, so be it. But it would probably make more sense for me to ask any questions I've got of each witness as they come along, because otherwise we have to get them all back when I ask questions. So if the residence group can let me know who's coming in what order, then it may be we could simply accommodate the order so that I cross-examine. I haven't got much cross-examination, but I ask any questions of each witness as they come along, and we put the 4th witness who can only attend on Thursday will be on Thursday anyway on the programme if we do that. Does that make sense? Unless I'm misreading it, because...
So am I understanding, so we hear some of the residents groups witnesses on the Wednesday afternoon as programmed, and then the 2 that can't make it Wednesday resume Thursday morning?
Oh, is it 2?
It's only... Get that back on. It's only 1 evident, one witness that can't make the Wednesday, but she's presenting on 2 of the proofs of evidence.
Right, I understand. So would you be happy to begin your evidence in chief with the other witnesses on the Wednesday?
Yes,
and
Wednesday's not a problem at all.
Take these one. Okay. Mr. Duffer, do you have any
And we'll
comments
provide
on that?
a list in due course.
I still don't have the programme.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I don't know if Mr. Simon can help us. Okay. Maybe the Wi-Fi. Get up to speed. I mean, my concern, if I can just say this, is to make an efficient use of inquiry time, and however we can do that, I'm very happy with. There is one timetabling issue from our perspective, which I can come on to. I don't know where in the timetable at the moment you have the section 1 106 and conditions, but Mr. Churchill is unavailable next week,
Right.
and so he would ordinarily be dealing with Section 106 and conditions on our behalf. And if we could squeeze those in at some point this week, I know we've got space, hopefully got some space on Thursday and possibly Friday. That would be very helpful, and then I will manage reluctantly without him for any witnesses that are left over for Tuesday and Wednesday of the following week.
Yes, thank you. It may be that we've got a bit of space, depending on when we do the site visit, because the information I was sent, there was either a potential site visit Thursday afternoon or Friday morning. If we've now moved one witness for the residents development group to Thursday morning, it may be that it's beneficial. Are you okay Thursday afternoon?
It's actually I'm around. It's the witnesses who
Right.
couldn't do the Thursday and Friday. So we could certainly do
Conditions.
discuss conditions in the 106 on Thursday afternoon if you're willing to do that.
That may be a way forward then, and then we could take an accompanied site visit Friday morning, if that's okay. Obviously, we can revisit this as the inquiry progresses. We can be flexible. Some things might not take as long. So at this point, we'll probably leave it there until you've seen the timetable. And we'll come back to that. But if there's any other issues on the timetabling, then we can pick that up. So today, for Mr. Dufer, we've got the opening remarks, then a break, then I was going to hear from the interested parties, and then take Mr. Churchill's evidence in chief and possibly begin his cross-examination, but it just depends. That would leave you sort of in isolation overnight if we didn't get finished, but we'll see how we progress. And that's
Sure, he'd probably be grateful not to have dinner with me, so...
silver lining. Okay. Are there any other comments on the timetable at this stage? Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So I plan to break for lunch sometime between 12 and 1, depending on how things are going, and take short breaks in the morning and afternoon. If you need a break at any point and we're still rolling on, please do feel free to say, and we can accommodate them as where suits you all best. Okay. Okay, so are there any other questions about the timetable before we move on? Oh, I was just going to mention, Mr. Simons, this may be relevant to you. Next Wednesday, do I understand that this room's booked and it's potentially going to need to be run virtually?
Yes, that is the case. Should the need for a virtual arise, the council is able to facilitate that over Teams without any issues.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. We can review it towards the end of the week then and see how we're going with regards to next Wednesday. Thank you. Okay, so taking the main issues, based on the evidence before me and further to the case management conference, I consider the main issues in this case are whether the development would be in a suitable location, having regard to access to services and facilities, the effect of the development on the character and appearance of the area and the countryside, the effect of the development on the living conditions of nearby residents, the effect of the development on the provision of community facilities, specifically the APCM sports ground, and in light of the lack of 5-year housing land supply, the weight that should be given to the relevant development plan policies. The concerns raised by interested parties will also need to be considered and weighed in the planning balance. So does anyone have any comments on the main issues at this stage? Councillor Fribbins.
Yes, Madam Inspector. Obviously, I had at the case conference raised the issue about the neighbourhood plan and the relevance to this planning inquiry. Obviously, things have moved on as far as the neighbourhood plan is concerned, and that does obviously have a significant impact on our evidence and some of the issues that we would raise regarding this development.
Thank you very much. And I can just check all parties have seen the updated neighbourhood plan documents and correspondence.
Yes, Madam, as I think everyone was anticipating
Yes.
that movement in the sequence of events, so it's covered in evidence actually anyway.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yep.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to openings, I just need to say a few words about conduct in the inquiry and the nature of the proceedings. a public inquiry has a formality and the procedure differs markedly from a public meeting. Those wishing to speak will be given the opportunity to do so, but at the appropriate times, following the procedure I've just outlined. I also expect those taking part in the inquiry to show consideration and courtesy to others. I understand that this is a very important matter to you all. You'll no doubt hear much that you disagree with on all sides, but please refrain from interruptions in any form and from expressions of support or disagreement with the views of those speaking at any time. The purpose of this inquiry is to assist me in obtaining all the information I need to be able to determine this appeal, so interruptions and conflict will not help with this. So that concludes my opening remarks and matters. If we just return to the matter of adjournment. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Inspector. Sorry, just checking that was on. We'd like to seek an adjournment on 2 grounds. Essentially, the first being site of the lease for the APCM, and the second being new additions to the access ways for the relocated or proposed relocated sports ground. On the matter of the lease, despite an email from Tremport yesterday, which I believe you are aware of,
Yes.
the lease hasn't actually been released to us. There was an amendment from 2001, which we have, but not a lease from amendment from 2021, which we have, but not a lease from 2001. If you see in our POE 6, we have a legal opinion from Paul Wilmshurst, who raises a possibility of a community trust. This is also of some nature. This is also borne out by local evidence that the land was gifted to the village at some point, possibly in the early 19th century. We have had a freedom of request information on this, which unfortunately has not been complied with, and that runs out on the 22nd of May. So what we're seeking is an adjournment to sometime after that date, so we can see this lease and see if there's is in fact some form of community trust or covenants restricting the use of the ground, as we believe that relocating the APCM is essentially key to the development and would stop the building of somewhat of 125 houses, which would clearly materially change the planning application. And we'd request time to review this lease and seek opinion. The second reason for adjournment is due to the latest changes to the access points for proposed relocated sports ground. Now, we believe this was quite a material change to the use, particularly in the upgrade of the public rights of way from Church Street and the change of use of the road access from Buttway Lane. Now, as a Rule 6 party, we were notified of this by an email from Hugh Edwards on the 11th when these were submitted. And essentially, the original documents were the public right-of-ways were only really alluded to where Buttway Lane was considered to be primary access. There was some access discussed on Cooling Road as well. On the application documents, we now have 4 points of access. And we have the vehicle access on Buttway Lane no longer being primary, and all of consideration. The public right-of-way on Church Street has been included. And this one is the one that's troubling us in particular, because this would mean access points being taken through a hedge, which I believe is owned by the parish council, though maybe I'll to confirm this, and the property owners of the land adjoining that public right-of-way haven't been consulted about any material changes in the use. The public were only consulted on the original plans, which have now clearly been modified, and our proofs of evidence were based on these original plans. And as we were only given notification of this on the 11th, we haven't had time we really haven't had time to consider them, change our proof of evidence, or deal with those in any material way.
Thank you. And that corresponds with the letter titled Final Letter to Pins, dated 15th of May. That's correct, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. If I could take the comments from the appellant on those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I think you've already seen that we've responded substantively to the request for an adjournment in correspondence. But in short, we obviously strongly oppose any such adjournment to this planning appeal, which has been scheduled for some time now, and in circumstances where the parties have been following. In circumstances where the parties have been following the inquiry procedure rules and your directions in relation to the case management conference. Just dealing with the 2 points in turn. First of all, the question of a lease. The issue of a lease as reflecting the arrangements between the council and the appellant as the landowner are, of course, primarily matters for land ownership or lease arrangements, which are not material to you, and indeed you wouldn't be able to decide for the purposes of the planning appeal, even if they became germane. And whilst we've been made aware of freedom of information requests made of the council is entitled to respond to those freedom of information requests in accordance with the process that the Act lays out. And I'm told that there's some expiry of a period in which to respond. I'm sure the council will respond, but that's a matter for them. But more pertinently, for your purposes, the question, we've sought to try and deal with this by providing a copy of the latest lease without prejudice to our position that it's not material. And lo and behold, it demonstrates what's previously been said by the council in its consideration and us, that there is a lease arrangement which can be terminated. There is no evidence of some other arrangement, some other trust, or anything of that kind. That's pure speculation, and it's certainly not contained within the lease that's been provided. And the council knows its position vis-à-vis the appellant because it's been leasing the land for many years. And if the council considered there to be any trust or any other such arrangement, they could have said so. So the whole basis for this request is based upon speculation which doesn't have any foundation. And more fundamentally, if, and there absolutely isn't from our perspective, there were any issue of the sort that's being raised, it doesn't require determination by you in these proceedings. Indeed, it would be, if it were to be raised, a legal matter which would no doubt be dealt with in other tribunals or other forums. So the short point is that any arguments over the lease are simply not going to assist you in deciding the appeal. You have the detail, you have the position so far as the council's concerned as the standard terms. You don't actually need the lease itself, but you can have a copy if you want of the document we've provided to the Rule 6 party. That's now led to a request for all documents dating back many years, so you can see how this is going to spiral out of control. It's just simply not germane to the issue that you've got to decide, thankfully. You have a lot to decide, you don't have to decide that. So a request to adjourn in order to obtain yet further documents, which we're not inclined to provide in any event, is a pointless exercise, and we should just proceed to hear the planning merits of this proposal in accordance with the issues that you've laid out, which don't require determination of the lease arrangements. As to the question of access, I just want to be clear, you've already read out the documents and the plans on which this application was presented to the council, determined by the council, and we're now asking you to determine this appeal. Those include parameter plans, one of which says parameter plan movement, and a number of plans that identify the access arrangements to roads, which are intended to be both vehicle and pedestrian accesses. And you're being asked to determine this appeal on the plans that were in front of the council. We have not amended the application. That seems to be the Rule 6's party's interpretation. It's not the position. We're asking you to determine the application on the basis of the plans we submitted. There seems to be some misapprehension on the part of the Rule 6 parties because, as is the case, for example, in relation to access to the semi-natural open space area, the 9.2 hectares you'll see off to the west of the site, there is no specific identification of the precise points at which the pedestrians would cross from that footpath into that area. They obviously will. There isn't the need to show that because, as is indicated on the movement plan, pedestrian accesses of that type are illustrative only. And the ability to control this scheme, if it were to be approved at reserved matters, to fix all details of precisely how pedestrians, cyclists, etc., would move within the scheme and from the respective byways would be capable of being controlled at the detailed stage. This debate appears to have been generated because in Mr. Hamshaw's proof of evidence, he's provided a plan illustrating the potential for access to be taken into the sports field at various points along restricted byway 87. Those aren't intended to be determined by you. We haven't changed the plans. They're just illustrating that potential. As it happens, we don't agree with the Rule 6's interpretation of the effect of a restricted byway on the parish council land. You can see that the restricted byway runs along the northern boundary of the parish council land. You'll see on site it's actually overgrown. It shouldn't be, because it's an offence to obstruct public rights of way, as everyone probably knows, under the Highways Act, and it's a duty to keep them free of obstruction. But that's the current state of play. But there is the ability, of course, for any party to join into a restricted byway where the restricted byway joins on their land. We're not proposing that. We're not asking you to determine that. We're just showing the potential for that. And in any event, the assessments look at pedestrian movement along restricted byway into the sports ground. It doesn't particularly matter where you enter, if you go to the end of the path or if access were to be created earlier. So again, back to the point, does this require an adjournment? Absolutely not. You've got the plans in front of you. You've got the evidence about that. You can listen to the points that are being made by the Rule 6 party if they want to make points about pedestrian access. We're not asking you to determine all points of pedestrian access into the site. We never did. The council never understood it in that way, and the position remains as it was before them. So neither of these grounds are a good reason to postpone the need to determine this appeal now.
Thank you, Mr. Strawn. Mr. Duffer, do you have any comments you wish to make?
Madam, I think I can take matters briefly. We don't think that either of the reasons relied on require an adjournment, and we wouldn't support any application for adjournment. We'd very much think that matters should proceed this week as intended, and evidence can be dealt with in the usual way. I don't think I need to add anything else to what's been said.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fribbins, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Madam. Two issues that come up related to the parish council. I am aware that this current lease did have a predecessor lease which did expire and was subject to prolonged renegotiation before the current lease was approved. In fact, at one stage, the ongoing use of the APCM ground was under threat of maybe the terms being onerous on Medway Council. but eventually it was resolved, so that the lease we have in front of us is a replacement, is an update to a lease which expired previously. And as far as the path is concerned, the parish council were informed, but hadn't been informed by any other party. The residents had informed us about the access along the public right-of-way, and they did resolve that they would not wish to open up anything from their land onto that public or across that public right-of-way. So that was resolved at the last parish council meeting, that they would not wish to proceed with any particular opening. So the indicative maps did show just broad arrows through the public right-of-way from the parish council's recreation ground through into the new proposed ground.
Thank you, that's helpful. Any comments following what you've heard? Thank you.
Just for the access and particularly accessibility for cyclists and pedestrians in terms of position should be a reserved, I believe is a reserved matter, sorry, part of the reserved matters on this, and therefore the exact routing should be taken into consideration when determining this planning appeal.
Thank you. So I can confirm that I got your letter, which I considered last night with the 2 reasons. Mr. Strawn is correct. The lease is actually a legal matter and not a material planning consideration. And looking at the evidence before me and the list of plans in the conditions, I'm satisfied that the appellant is asking me to determine this on the basis of the plans that were before the council, and that the arrows shown in the evidence are broad indications and will be covered by reserved matters. So I consider that we are able to continue with this inquiry. So thank you very much, but no adjournment on this occasion. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other procedural matters then before we move on? Nope. Okay, so that concludes my opening remarks. So I'll ask the appellant's advocate and the council's advocate and Rule 6 parties to make their opening statements in that order. Are you content to go now, or would you like a short break?
I'm happy to go on. If anyone else needs a short break, I'm happy to break as well. I've got it in writing. Yes. To save you taking it down.
Thank you.
I'll just get that circulated if you want to proceed now.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. If you want to circulate the documents, and then we'll have a break after the openings. Thank you.
Apologies for typing errors, etc. They're entirely my responsibility. Are you happy for me to? So. Madam, this country is in the firm grip of what the government correctly describes as a housing crisis. And it's all too easy to forget what such a crisis means in practice. At its simplest and most general level, it means the planning system is dramatically failing to deliver the required numbers of new homes to meet the basic needs of people. And that's not just a national problem, it's a local one. The failure is occurring across the country in multiple local authority areas, but there's a particular emphasis in the southeast, and Medway is one such location. Here, there has been a consistent and repeated failure to deliver the required numbers of new homes to meet the district's basic needs. Nothing like the required numbers of houses for Medway's area are being approved to enable homes to be delivered. The council's own 2022 annual monitoring report, and that's in the core documents for you, shows a woeful position against the yearly, and we do need to remember these are minimum requirement for over 1,600 houses required just to keep up with the district's minimum needs. There's been a persistent chronic failure of delivery with a stark deficit of over 500 homes per year in each of the last 3 years, and a deficit of over 1,000 homes for the year 2018 to 19 alone. And that is a dire problem that is not going away. In total, the council itself can only identify, and I mentioned the council because we're not challenging, but that's their best optimistic estimate, can just identify 3.4 years' supply for its minimum requirements for the next 5 years. And it is a bleak picture typified by the council's refusal of the appeal scheme against the advice of their own professional officers. But such statistics can often or sometimes obscure what this failure really means at a human level. It is something more direct and profound. It literally means that thousands of people in this district are being deprived of the ability to live in a home that is their own because of these decisions. And that includes those starting out in their adult life, those wishing to start a family, those with a young family, or those just working hard who want to live in an area where they grew up, but they will be unable to find a home here to enable them to do that. Apologies for the typos. Hundreds of houses that are required as a minimum to meet those basic needs are simply not being approved. And Madam, that problem becomes all the more acute when one considers the need not just for housing, but affordable housing. And here the crisis is even worse. The council has an annual minimum need for delivery of 870 dwellings of affordable housing per year. Its actual provision is an astonishingly small fraction of this. For the year 21-22, just 192 homes were provided, and in the last 5 years, the highest annual provision was just 333 homes, and the lowest 132 homes. And of course, these failures accumulate. Again, the statistics mask what this means for each and every individual household, be they a key worker or a family working hard, who is simply unable to afford to buy a home in Medway, let alone places like Cliffe. And it's no surprise to see this immediate and serious affordable housing problem is itself recognised in the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods neighbourhood plan. What is lacking is any solution. For those operating in the planning system here, there is an obvious moral duty to tackle this problem, but there's also a social and policy duty as well. Regrettably, it's far too easy for those of us who enjoy the privileges and comfort of home ownership to forget the real needs of those who do not, or to object to meaningful solutions. Acknowledging such needs, for example in the neighbourhood plan, is meaningless with no solutions to address the problems, and positive but unjustifiable objection to schemes which will deliver both housing and affordable homes where they are needed. And this is a problem that's been repeating itself for many years in Medway and settlements like Cliffe. Despite the repeated opportunity that the planning system provides to the local planning authority, or indeed neighbourhoods, to allocate land to meet these needs, that opportunity has been spurned. Medway's local plan is one of the most out of date I have ever encountered. Its intended period expired nearly 20 years ago, and the council's repeatedly failed to come forward with any new plan. And documents like the newly emerging neighbourhood plan for Cliffe and Cliffe Woods recognise the need for housing and affordable housing, but do not propose any allocations. The national planning system has a mechanism to tackle this problem, which can only work if it's applied properly. In recognition of the serious problem, paragraph 11 of the MPPF, or the framework, however you want to refer to it, sets out the presumption in favour of sustainable development in decision-taking, and this applies where the most important development plan policies for determining an application are out of date, which in relation to housing includes situations where the local planning authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of delivering housing sites, or the housing delivery test indicates the delivery of housing was substantially below, i.e. less than 75% of the housing requirement over the previous 3 years. Unsurprisingly, all of these criteria are met for this proposal, and the presumption means that planning permission should be granted for this scheme unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, when assessed against the framework policies taken as a whole. That, of course, includes the policies that recognise the very strong economic, social and environmental benefits of delivering required new housing and affordable housing to sustain existing settlements like Cliffe, where people cannot buy the homes they need. It is common ground with the Council that this presumption applies to this scheme, and, Madam, it was applied by the Council's own professional officers in their very clear recommendation for approval of this scheme after a comprehensive appraisal of its benefits, and you've got the committee report in CD 6.4. In reality, this is not a case where the presumption is needed. The benefits of the scheme for Cliffe itself and Medway, we say, are overwhelming in any event, as you will hear. They include not just the most significant in terms of the delivery of a mixed-use scheme with a supply of 250 new homes for the area, 25% of which will be affordable, and all the consequential social and economic benefits that entails, but also a new community use for all residents of Cliffe, improvements to the road and transport network to improve the sustainability of the settlement as a whole, and the provision of significantly enhanced sports facilities for the whole community to take Cliffe forward into the future in a true planning sense in a sustainable way. But what is crucial is that more than lip service is paid to the presumption in practice, and the policies in the framework as a whole and the planning system is applied with proper integrity. And it's in that respect the most worrying aspects of the decision to refuse this scheme manifest themselves in the case before you. This is an appeal that should have never been necessary, and where the houses or the homes that this scheme can deliver should already be underway. But that's because the Council's confected reasons for refusal against officer recommendation, as against that comprehensive and objective analysis, do not withstand proper scrutiny and now appear to rely on concepts which are not recognised by professionally qualified persons who practice in the area, any more than the policy framework itself. As a basic starting point in terms of the common ground, what is immediately striking is the absence of objection on the sort of a basis you'll have experienced for many other housing schemes, which are nonetheless can be approved for the benefits they deliver. So rightly, there is no objection to this scheme on grounds such as impact on landscape character, visual impacts, or effects on any heritage asset, designated landscape, or anything of this kind. These are matters that have all been comprehensively assessed in the supporting environmental statement, scrutinised by the Council officers, and the Council itself did not find any basis for the objection to the scheme in their reasons for refusal. Indeed, it's one of the many significant benefits that it's able to deliver new housing and affordable housing for Cliffe in a way which doesn't have any unacceptable impacts on any of these grounds. In my experience, that makes it a particularly beneficial development measured against the established policies that provide protection in these respects at the outset. Against that background, reason for refusal 1 is difficult to comprehend. It's an objection expressed purely in terms of scale, but without any objective impacts being identified on character and appearance, let alone amenity, being identified or expressed in the way that established professional practice in this area would require, and as well as the policies invoked. There's no supporting evidence in terms of impact on landscape or visual character provided by the Council, and the expert evidence of Mr. Tarbert deals with what is evident from the scheme evolution itself, namely close attention to design principles which have informed the scheme from the outset and led to its endorsement by Council officers. Moreover, the proposal is in outline only, where the detailed design of what's to be delivered would remain subject to the close control of the Council, reinforced by the appellant's own submission to a design code, and so embodying the essence of the government's campaign to ensure that this development will meet the very best of the principles of designing beautiful places. This is a genuine, crucial opportunity to create a much-needed design improvement to this part of the village. Reason for refusal 2 is a reason which flies in the face of all recognised professional assessment, and practice, and it typifies the failure on the part of the council to apply any objective scrutiny to what's proposed, again in contrast to the professional officers. And it's now unsupported by any of the required evidence to sustain the reason. The basic allegation of a significant increase in vehicle movements on the B2000 is simply not correct in light of the transport assessment scrutinised by the council in its capacity as local highway authority, as well as officers acting as local planning authority. The contention that the increase in vehicle movements will result in harm to the immunity of occupiers of properties closest to the road by virtue of, using their words, increased noise, air pollution and general congestion contradicts the empirical assessments which are not challenged. The reality is that the council recognise that this reason for refusal has no merit and it's unreasonable, as it's not called any professional technical evidence to support these claims or to contradict the technical assessments that the planning system requires, which reveal that claim to be unreasonable. Concerningly, the council's planning witness, who candidly offers no expertise and evidence of matters relating to noise, air pollution and traffic congestion, attempts to suggest that the reason is now only referring to matters of perception. That, of course, is meaningless in the concept, as a meaningless concept for such disciplines. There is no, for example, such thing as a perception of noise other than what you hear. And what you will hear has been measured and assessed by reference to well-established methodology. So the council's reason for refusal attempts to ride roughshod over many years of established practice in a way which finds no support in any development policy or national policy. Reason for refusal 3 relates to the appeal scheme's proposal to relocate and re-provide the existing playing fields and sports facilities in a significantly enhanced form to the west of Church Street and to the south of Buckway Lane, in an ideal location that will be located with existing playing fields and in close proximity to existing community facilities. And like the other reasons for refusal, its advancement by the council as a basis for objecting to the scheme has no proper grounding in objective analysis. Indeed, it's a mark of the scheme's credentials that Sport England itself, a body that certainly will not hesitate in the slightest to ensure that replacement facilities are equivalent or better than the existing ones, has no objection to what is proposed with the conditions as to its delivery that are being offered. It's ironic that objections are being advanced on this basis to accessibility, where the new location will be more accessible to the greater majority of residents of Cliffe than the existing ones, and you've seen some evidence about that, and you'll hear about that. But where, of course, accessibility to sports is not simply about getting to the facilities, but the facilities themselves, which are to be significantly improved. And you'll hear about evidence about the quality and offer from Mr. Grady, a highly experienced specialist responsible for assessing such quality and delivery. So it's depressing to see objections of this kind being advanced to the delivery of new and enhanced facilities that will actually benefit the community as a whole, but one which, again, professional objectivity required under the policy framework demonstrates why the reason for refusal is without substance and the real benefits simply being ignored. Finally, reason for refusal 4 relates to the sustainability of Cliffe in a transportation sense, but in circumstances where, again, the policy framework and what sustainability means in this context is shown to be unjustified, as the council officers recognised in their appraisal. As it will be explained by Mr. Hamshaw and Mr. Edwards against the policies in the framework and the local plan, the planning system recognises the basic importance of appropriate development occurring in existing settlements like Cliffe to improve their sustainability by breathing fresh life back into their vitality. New residents to support existing services are vital. And that is one of the fundamental problems for existing settlements of this kind, where new homes and new affordable homes are simply not being delivered. The scheme also delivers a new community use Class E to further support that effect. And far from having any negative impact on transport sustainability, the scheme delivers a raft of measures to improve such sustainability. The new homes themselves will be equipped with the ability to travel by now what is now recognised to be a sustainable mode, ultra-low or zero-emission vehicles. But in addition, the scheme delivers a range of measures not just for the residents of the new homes, but the settlement of Cliffe to encourage the use of non-car modes by improving pedestrian and cycling links, as well as improving the bus service that operates to Cliffe. The range of beneficial measures the scheme will deliver is indeed significant, and again we say the proper objective analysis of that scheme strongly supports the Council's own professional officers' clear decision to recommend approval. And it's symptomatic of the planning system that the advice has been ignored and unjustified objections to change had been allowed to prevail. The appellant's evidence will also variously address the remaining concerns of the Rule 6 parties and other third parties. All the planning issues that arise from such a proposal have been comprehensively assessed in the supporting information, and proper analysis shows the benefit of what is proposed, not any problems. For example, objective ecologically scientific analysis of the proposal demonstrates that it will deliver over 20% biodiversity net gain, something which is unsurprising given the huge areas of semi-natural open space and landscape improvements that it delivers for the benefit of the community as a whole, and the ecological opportunities that flow from that. The ways in which the scheme will not only deliver what is required, but substantially exceeds those requirements, we say is testament to its overwhelming quality. We recognise that those who are bitterly opposed to change in their area, with the resulting failures that will meet for the Council's basic needs, will not readily acknowledge such benefits. But that's why the planning system integrity requires the careful and proper application of objective professional appraisal as provided in the application and recognised by the Council officers in their recommendation. Likewise, we've addressed in correspondence the criticisms made by the, I forget the precise name, but CCWRDG, if I use the acronym, they don't apologise to them for using an acronym, as to the process being followed in relation to this appeal. And we say those criticisms don't have merit, and I've already addressed you on what's being submitted for determination. So with all the many benefits the scheme would deliver, we will have no hesitation in due course in urging you to allow this appeal, to allow this much needed scheme to proceed, and to begin in helping the Council and this area provide what is so sorely needed for the proper future planning of the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strawn. Mr. Dufo, are you ready to go? Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I think the sound is a little bit better than it was earlier. It's common ground that the Council does not currently have a 5-year housing land supply. The latest annual monitoring report confirms that the Council can only demonstrate 3.4 years housing land supply. All applications and appeals for housing in Medway, including this one, currently fall to be determined in this context. The situation is such that the tilted balance in paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework is engaged, meaning that in this case, planning permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. That the appeal proposal would come with benefits is recognised. It would deliver up to 250 units of housing, 25% of which would be affordable housing. Economic benefits also come with the provision of new housing. There would also be benefits associated with the provision of a community hub, public open space, biodiversity net gain, sports pitches of an improved playing standard, and improvements to public transport, local highways and public rights-of-way network. These are important considerations in the overall balance. However, The Council considers that the benefits relied on in support of the appeal are significantly and demonstrably outweighed by the harms associated with the proposed development. In advancing this case, the Council does not pursue a technical case in relation to matters outside of planning, a point which has been made clear, Madam, since, at the very least, our statement of case. Cliffe is a rural village of some 1,000 households. It has limited services and facilities. Households in Cliffe are largely car dependent, and this would not significantly change with the proposed development. 250 new homes would represent a significant expansion of the existing village, an approximate 25% increase. Development of this scale would harm the character of Cliffe. It would also be contrary to the development strategy for Medway. The development strategy directs development to the main urban areas of Medway, whereas here significant development is proposed in a rural and unsustainable location. Whilst the development strategy in the local plan is clearly dated, and I defer to Mr. Strawn on his experience of other local plans and the age of it, but the dated approach of directing development to more sustainable locations, the approach of directing development to more sustainable locations remains consistent with national policy. This appeal proposal would be entirely contrary to that strategy. Paragraph 105 of the NPPF encourages the planning system to actively manage patterns of growth, providing that significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. Whilst it's recognised that opportunities vary between rural and urban areas, and that the appellant has made efforts to improve the transport solutions in the area, the fundamental locational issues will remain. It is not a location where significant development such as this should be focused. The car-dependent nature of the proposed development is reflected in the increase in vehicular movements, which would also be caused by the proposed development. Whilst the Council does not advance a technical highways case, accepting there would not be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and that the residual cumulative impacts on the road network in terms of capacity and congestion would not be severe, it is considered that the increase in traffic would have an adverse impact on the amenity of the area. Finally, the proposed development includes proposals to relocate the existing sports ground. Whilst it's recognised that the facilities provided would be an improvement on existing facilities in terms of the quality of the pitches and the changing facilities, it is considered that the relocation would be to a less suitable location within the village. The main access would be via Butway Lane, and this would reflect desire lines for most of those living in the northern part of the village. The walk along Butway Lane, as Madam you'll see on site visit, being less suitable than the existing routes and requires users to walk in the roadway. Whilst it's been made clear that access is also proposed from the south along the existing byway, this is likely to be away from the desire lines of those living in the north and is not an attractive access. Further, the proposed site lacks the benefit of being overlooked by the main road through the village, feeling more removed from the centre of the village than the existing site. Madam, for these summary reasons, the Planning Committee considered that the application should be refused, and in due course we'll invite you to reach the same view on the appeal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So turning to the Rule 6 parties now, I've got the Parish Council. The order I'm taking them is just that I was notified with the Parish Council first and then the Residents' Design Group. But, I mean, if you wish to switch at any point, please do. But are you happy to make a statement? Thank you.
Yeah, apologies for not having a written statement to send round. I will, if you wish, put some bullet points together retrospectively. There are some key issues affecting the parish council area, and particularly the neighbourhood plan, and I'll come back to that very shortly. Our concern about the overall development has been a concern from the beginning in the nature of the application itself, which showed two things. It showed a principle of development of 250 houses, and it showed access details. But it did miss a lot of other detail which the parish council needed to look at to understand the full impacts of this application. Those details are not submitted. They are held for as reserved matters for a later application. That makes it very difficult for the residents who, I must say, jumped to some conclusions about the worst possible development possible because the detail was just not there. So that particular issue was a major thing. The community facilities, as you will see on your guided tour of the area, are very lacking in Cliffe. They are extremely lacking. We are now down to one unit shop, a lean-to along the side of a residential property, and that is it as far as the retail offering is concerned in Cliffe. I'm also a parish councillor in All Hallows and Halling, where there are considerably more retail opportunities available to local residents. They're not the opportunities you would get in a town centre, which would be cheaper and more facilities available, but clearly you would have to drive to get to those facilities. Now, turning to the neighbourhood plan, I think there is one major issue that the inquiry will need to address now that it has been accepted. This neighbourhood plan started as a designation in 2015, and since then there have been a number of consultations with local residents. And Mr. Strawn points out the issue about the non-allocation of additional land. That was on two grounds. That was one, on housing needs surveys that were carried out in the area and responses from our local residents and consultation, but also the fact that there have been significant developments in Cliffe Woods that have been approved by the Medway Planning Authority over recent years. There's one large one that's relatively complete. There's one under construction. There are two further ones which have planning approval, and I think some of the groundworks have started on one in current days. So as far as housing need and local housing provision is concerned, there is provision for affordable housing in those developments, and it was felt there was no need to add additional allocations in the neighbourhood plan. In fact, the core issue I think you need to address, the inquiry needs to address, Madam Inspector, is that the neighbourhood plan has drawn village boundaries. Now, those village boundaries are subject to a land supply in the Medway area, and we do see that the 3.4 has just recently been announced. The 3.4 allocation is above the three-year land supply threshold for the neighbourhood plan land boundaries, village boundaries, to be acceptable. So we do now have a development proposed outside of the village boundaries as defined in the neighbourhood plan. And that's an issue that I think we will need to come back to decide how that should be handled. But clearly, that is an issue which is key to this development now. Now, we do have a number of issues with our neighbourhood plan. It was submitted to Medway Council on the 1st of September 2021. We now have finally got to the referendum. Medway Council have been involved in the neighbourhood plan process from the beginning, have been copied into all consultations, invited to meetings, and we have involved them. So it is not something that should be unknown to Medway Council. And clearly, it spells out the sort of things that the neighbourhood plan was proposing in light of consultations carried out. So the boundary issue, I think, is a key issue. The design code that's associated with the neighbourhood plan may also have impacts on how a development, should it be allowed, would need to proceed and the sort of things it would need to consider. So the key issues for us at the moment are that this appears to be outside the village boundary as defined in the neighbourhood plan, and therefore, although there are planning rules that allow these developments to take place, it's normally as a rural exception site. And a rural exception site would actually come with a lot of constraints in what sort of development there would be. And the emphasis on development for local people would be key in any rural exception site. 25% is not a development for local people. The vast majority of this site, and unfortunately the sites in Cliffe Woods, is very expensive housing that is outside of the reach of local residents, and certainly we wouldn't see many of those houses being taken up by local residents. We've mentioned earlier the access to the sports facility, that there is a concern about the access over and reliant on the parish council land, but that is something I have reported. So there are many issues. The community facilities are poor in Cliffe, and there is a very big reliance on cars, even between Cliffe and Cliffe Woods. So although the the statements of the appellant talk about facilities being available in Cliffe Woods. That is not approachable by road or cycle. That really is only approachable by car, or if anybody did, and it's very unlikely they would, using a public transport solution, which is a very rare and still has something like at least a 2-hourly frequency for most people, so not really practical for convenient shopping by use of the facilities in Cliffe Woods. So access to Cliffe Woods is not really approachable. The final point about affordable housing for local residents, I do have an interest in property my father owned until recently he passed away in Cornwall, near St Agnes. And it was interesting to see their neighbourhood plan for the area, which talked about sites that were 100% affordable low-cost housing for local residents. And there was a number of objections by developers by the 100%, but they still built 100%. There were other alternatives of about 60%, and again, the developers would complain. That is nowhere near the sort of allocation we're making for our local residents in the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods area. So the outline nature is a key issue for us. There is so much detail missing. It's very difficult to assess in local plan, neighbourhood plan policy terms, exactly what the impact of this development would have on our local parish. And for that reason, we feel certainly that it is outside the village boundary and should actually be refused.
Thank you very much. Mr. Biscuit, I'm just wondering, you seem to be tucked in the side a bit. Would you prefer if we could shuffle the witness table up a little bit so that you're a bit further in? Are you happy to do your opening from there, and then we can have a little shuffle
I'm
around?
happy to do my opening from here, then we
Okay.
can rearrange things.
Yes, thank you very much.
Unfortunately, I need access to a power socket because my laptop battery is not quite as new as it was.
Okay, well, we can sort that out in the adjournment then. Thank you.
Thank you. As Chris Ribbins, I don't have a prepared statement, but if you wish, I can provide bullet points at a later date. As local residents, we have a number of concerns about this development. And they all stem from the nature of Cliffe and the surrounding area. Cliffe, by its very nature in itself, is at the end of a road. And this means it has very limited infrastructure in itself. Now, as residents, we're not opposed to housing developments. We recognise the need of that, but we would like to see housing developments in the right place with the correct infrastructure, allowing people to go about their daily lives without undue harassment or inconvenience. Now, the problem with this housing development is it would fundamentally change the nature of the village. Not only would it relocate a wide open space and fields as you enter the village itself, but it will also increase the number of houses by 23% without providing the corresponding increase in infrastructure, in particularly road, cycle and pedestrian access. Now, in the surrounding area, there are a number of other developments in more suitable locations. For instance, there is over 700 houses under development in High Halstow, some 2 miles up the road. There are many other new estates being put up across the Hoo Peninsula. Cliffe Woods itself has been subject to a fair amount of development. At the moment, there are currently 125 houses being built next to an estate of a similar size. Unfortunately, all this has done is increase the traffic, in particular from Cliffe Woods to accessing the main road network. And any other houses in Cliffe Woods would only alleviate this. Unfortunately, the infrastructure, in particular the roads around Cliffe, are actually quite poor. They're narrow roads and often in a relatively poor state of affairs with various pinch points and blind bends. So any increase in traffic could pose a number of clear issues, both in terms of convenience, amenity, and of course safety, and in particular an increased heavy goods vehicle traffic will be problematic. There is already a large amount of heavy goods vehicle traffic from the Brett Cement Works at the south end of the village. And again, this leads back onto the B2000, which is a road that, due to various pinch points, property rights and a railway bridge, just simply cannot be improved to take the increased traffic. Now, unfortunately, there's been a sort of lack of consultation with the residents about this and taking the residents' views into place. The Down South East, commissioned by Trentport, actually requested more consultation and stated that the consultation that went ahead was not enough and not effective. The consultation documents supplied by Medway Council were unfortunately out of date and listed a number of community assets that are no longer in existence. Now, while it is admitted that these have been updated and removed, the initial consultation was done, regarding, for instance, a pub that hasn't been in existence for 20 years. And this has led to a number of the residents, including the Cliffe and Cliffe Residents Development Group, putting up a number of very similar objections. Unfortunately, against the implications from Trentport, these are not because the Cliffe and Cliffe Residents Development Group has been stirring up opinion or presenting a worst-case scenario. These are due to genuine lack of consultation and individuals looking at the same problem and coming up with similar objections based on objective and obvious criteria. More importantly, the reporting itself that this is based on will be shown to be flawed. For instance, in particular, the environmental reports and the statement of traffic flows, which do not really take, or do not really sorry, 1 second. Do not really sort of sustain a detailed look. For instance, the House Martins report is not internally consistent with House Martins being indicated on the maps, but on the summary tables having a different number, in particular only 6 when more related on the maps, and it does not match local evidence. I mean, as an anecdotal example, I saw more House Martins on the walk up Chancery Lane yesterday afternoon than actually came into report in total. And we're not sure why this report shows such a discrepancy between local evidence and supplied evidence, and the House Martin Observes and report, possibly because it was concluded early in the season, before the birds had fully started nesting, or they were possibly nesting late due to environmental factors in those years. But certainly since 2019, when the last report was concerned, and this year, there is a vast discrepancy in the observed number of birds. So rather than enhancing the environment, this development will damage the environment. There's going to be a loss of habitat for birds, a loss of habitat in particular for red list birds. There are issues with the loss of habitat for bats, which we'll present evidence to show we don't believe that report was conducted in as thorough a manner as it possibly should have done. Meaning that the whole basis of this environmental report is in fact flawed. During our evidence, we would like to show that we oppose these proposed developments simply because they're just not suitable for the area, and they're not sustainable in realistic terms of alternative transport options. We are, as has been mentioned, essentially at the end of a road, and then it leads on to marshland. There are limited alternative routes and a lack of walking and cycling options. A lot of the roads in Cliffe are in themselves unpaved. The roads linking Cliffe and the surrounding villages are unpaved. They are often single-track roads with parting places and blind bends. So, increasing the number of houses and a number of vehicles is going to have an unfortunate spillover onto these single-track roads that are unsuitable for a large amount of traffic and are often in poor repair as well. Now, within the report itself, there is provision for cycleways and walking paths, but they are largely contained within the development itself, and these cycleways and paths then exit the development onto unpaved, single-track, often poorly lit roads. Therefore, while movement may be sustainable within the development, outside of it, it's not. We have, as part of our proof of evidence, uploaded videos of somebody cycling between Cliffe and Cliffe Woods, and also on the proposed upgrade of a byway running along Wellpane Road to Cliffe Woods. And just to show you that this is not suitable in itself and not an alternative to using a car. Particularly not if we're looking at inclusivity matters, people who are slightly less able or seeking medical treatment, the nearest doctor being in Cliffe Woods. The surgery in Cliffe is only a dispensing surgery and is open of very limited hours and with very restricted services. Now, while the provision within the development for electric cars can only be welcomed, it doesn't alleviate the fact that it will increase the number of cars on the roads that has limited capacity. And this will adversely affect not only the residents of Cliffe, but Cliffe Woods and the surrounding area by increasing traffic. I mean, there is only one significant road, which is the B2000, between Cliffe and Cliffe Woods and the outside network, the outside road network. To go further, you can go through Cooling and High Halstow, but that is a roundabout route, again, on single track, unsuitable roads. To alleviate this, there has been proposed upgrades to road safety, such as signage and road markings. And again, while extra signage and road markings would be welcome, they won't actually alleviate the physical character of the road and the problems. It will remain still a narrow B road, unsuitable for a large amount of traffic, in particular a large amount of traffic of heavy goods vehicles. And on exiting Cliffe, there is a particular pinch point, which is the junction between Church Street and Cooling Road, Higham Road and Station Road. And while there is some proposals to remodel this junction and to make it more accessible, it is still going to be essentially the only way of getting out of Cliffe. And if this development goes ahead, the traffic from the two proposed sites of a development are going to feed into Higham Road and Cooling Road and then back to this single point. Some traffic will clearly go towards Higham, where there is a station, in the opposite direction. But as there is limited facilities and parking at Higham, which is at a reasonable capacity at the moment, I'm not sure how much that is actually going to alleviate this system. So we are left with severe disruption as an ongoing measure, and in particular, for at least the first 9 months of the developments, as the sports ground would be relocated, and over a 4-year construction period. And this will mean an increased number of heavy goods vehicles, where the developers have already suggested that the road itself is not suitable for heavy goods vehicles and will propose putting up signs prohibiting them. But more importantly, this increase in traffic and traffic flow will hinder the fact that there's a fire station in the Cliffe village. And clearly, they need to be able to exit the village at short notice and high speed in case of emergency. Also, increasing the traffic flow will limit emergency vehicle access as well, coming the other way. Now, there is some evidence of this. The Medway Council may not be raising objection based on this, but in our proof of evidence we can show that the road between Cliffe and Cliffe Woods will actually be over capacity by a large section if this development goes ahead with the proposed number of vehicle journeys. Now, the sports ground itself, relocating it will reduce accessibility for residents. There are a number of surveys that were carried out by the development group, which are included in the appendices, and this shows a decreased use. In particular, it also shows an increased use of vehicular traffic because, unlike the current sports ground, the proposed sports ground simply will not have pavement access to it in the same way. The proposed pedestrian access routes, again, open onto unpaved sections of road. In particular concern is the fact that the new sports facilities will not be overlooked in the same way as the current one, and a number of residents have raised objections, feeling that it would simply be less safe in using that. At the moment, the sports facilities are overlooked by a number of houses, and it's also on the Church Street main road in Cliffe, so there's a large amount of passing traffic. And people feel safe using those facilities, both early in the morning and late at night. A particular concern when it gets dark early in winter. Now, Kent Police in Design Act Crime have said that the new sports facilities should have should be contained by a fence and have lockable access points to be locked out of hours. This clearly diminishes the amenity of the sports ground in itself, because people will just simply not be able to use it in the same way as it's being used. And so, while the sports facilities themselves may be an upgrade, I mean, they're new, there's an extra tennis court, the amenity to the residents is a vastly inferior to the present offering. On the use of the land itself, we intend to demonstrate that this development will cover and destroy some of the best and most productive agricultural land available. We believe that the reporting on this is flawed. We have provided an evidence of this in the proof of our proofs of evidence, saying that the reporting on the farmland did not take into account the irrigation, therefore should be upgraded by an entire point, and upgraded, therefore, into prime land, which we could change the consideration in use aspects. So to conclude, Cliffe itself is just not suitable for the amount of development. Yeah. The infrastructure can't support the number of houses, in particular the number of car journeys. There are few medical facilities which can only be accessed by car. In terms of amenity, the proposed relocation of the sports ground is vastly inferior and will decrease the use. And the reporting for the environmental aspects and the agricultural land, we believe, is flawed.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that includes the opening statements. I think it's probably a good idea to have a short adjournment. It's now 20 to 12, so 15 minutes be okay for everyone? Or do you want slightly longer, 15 minutes? So if we return at 5 to 12, and then I'd like to hear from the local residents and interested parties. And if perhaps we can move the residents group along a little bit as well. So, thank you very much. The inquiry is adjourned. will continue with the statements then from the local residents and interested parties. If I just take them in the order that I wrote your names down, if that's okay, or has anyone got any time constraints that they need to leave shortly? No? Okay, well then I've got Mr. Elliott down first. Thank you very much.
Madam, could I just say before we start, if interested parties have got either written copies or electronic copies, if they could be emailed to Mr. Simons at the back, he'll make sure they go on our website and collate them all, so that'd be very helpful.
I have a witness statement or a statement from a person who couldn't be here today. I'll read that one first. From Andy Martin, a resident of Cliffe. He's been rather unwell and he was in hospital only a few days ago. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Andy Martin was in hospital up until a few days ago, so he's written this statement rather quickly, but I'll read it on his behalf. A majority of roads from where housing starts on Station Road into Church Street, through the village, past Norwood Corner, past the sports field, into the village is single track. Due to the parking, as is Higham Road, Buttway Lane, Calling Road, and a majority of the other roads in the village, with Buttway Lane being a single ancient rural lane that links to the 13th century church. This means that driving around the village, especially at busy times, can be very difficult, and adding another 250 houses would have great impact on the driving conditions, meaning that more stationary vehicles leading to longer traffic times and increased pollution. The APCM is a picturesque open space with good views from the road in a central location, which is a safe place where people can exercise, play, walk dogs, and play sports, among other activities, without fear of feeling lonely or in the blight of antisocial behaviour and dangerous and illegal activities that is present at more secluded locations. The agricultural land, although classified in the report that Trentport commissioned by Reading Agricultural Consultants, a company that has extensive experience in securing planning for all types of projects as Grade 2 and 3A, the land has always been and is still most likely classified as Grade 1 by Natural England. The land has been farmed for centuries, and with proper irrigation and skilled local farming community, it was always produced the highest quality and most diverse crops, with high yields and with needing minimal chemical input due to high quality of soil. We're in the midst of a climate and energy crisis, so the best and most versatile land that this land is must be protected. The current and future local plan, the National Planning Policy Framework, and the Natural England all state that BMV land must be protected, and that it is unacceptable that built-in loopholes in the policy should allow BMV land to be built on just because the developers exploit these loopholes by breaking down the development into 20 hectare sections or less, and by commissioning their own agricultural land classification by experts who pride themselves in getting these developments pushed through the system. This land is some of the best in the country and must be protected for future security, food security, as the whole world is struggling to feed its populations due to the climate change and flooding, and we cannot simply rely on food imports. There has been an increase in development on BMV land in the UK since 2010, when the current government, funded by donations, the majority of which came from companies related to the development industry, the South East has seen a huge rise in development simply because housing will sell for more money not down to the need. This is land that has been banked for decades, purchased for relatively effectively pennies as agricultural land that should have always been protected. Trentport own much larger amount of adjacent land to this development, and based on previous applications and talking to Trentport representatives, they clearly intend to develop much of this land around the village if this application is passed. The character of the village is that of a rural farming community with green open spaces, and is the reason I have remained living in the village for 51 years. This development would extensively change the whole overall character of the local area, would permanently destroy a large amount of BMV land. The APCM hasn't had any agricultural land classification as it is currently being used for recreational purposes, but clearly it should have been at least classified and taken into consideration as loss of potential BMV land, as looking at historical photographs, it has been used for agriculture in the past. At least some of the land adjacent to it was used for allotments. I have always been amazed at how diverse crops on the land in question, how and fast the yield, and it would be disgraceful if this land were permanently lost for no other reason than lining the pockets of developers. Andy Martin, sales engineer. I would like to add that he's not only been ill, he would, like, as I say, like to be here today, but yeah, he just couldn't make it. Thank you. Okay, my statement. I'm Colin Elliott, resident of Cliffe. I've lived with my wife and we have brought up our family of 2 children. I've lived in Cliffe Woods for 14 years and Cliffe for the last 26 years. I want to highlight my concerns on several issues that the proposed development in Cliffe will cause. The nature and character of the village, wildlife and the ecosystems and farmland, food and food security. My other concerns will be handled by other interested parties. The nature and character of Cliffe. Cliffe is a village that has unique charm. This may be partly because of its remoteness at the end of the B2000 and the way it is wrapped around by the Thames, marshland, pools to the west and north. The farmland to the southeast. The village has mainly narrow roads. Many have limited pavement or none. There is a varied mix of old terrace and semis that have old buildings sprinkled throughout. The significance of Cliffe's historic core was recognised in April 1973 with the designation of a conservation area and also with statutory listings of other buildings later on. The homesteads radiating out from the main part of Cliffe have been kept largely in balance with the existing character, and in the main have been houses built for locals, to house locals. The windy country roads from the village west and east weave across the countryside, linking the surrounding farmlands and hamlets. These roads, byways and paths intersect the land, the fields and the open spaces, making a beautiful patchwork. This area is truly precious and unique, and I don't think I have the words truly to describe it, do it justice, true justice. The sense of community is strong in the village. The culture is mixed, but mainly working people and their families. Community centres on various places: the Memorial Hall, pub, village, club, social club, church, churches, Scout Hall, Bowls Club, the recreation ground, the sports field, the allotments, and many groups meet and use these places in daily life. Villagers share their lives and support each other as community should when at its best. The community is already healthy and thriving. It is very much a village community, which would be at risk if the settlement was to grow significantly. Every day of every week, community comes together in these places to be it playing football, rugby, cricket, to church, coffee mornings, art, study groups, bowling, bell ringing, and much, much more. The proposed housing would rip the heart out of the village, causing huge disruption while being produced, as we are currently seeing in Cliffe Woods, and continuing with the extra load on the infrastructure and the services, which simply are not up to it. It will cause stress and misery to those currently in the village, with no benefits to them. The village's character would be irreparably changed for the worse, with movement of the Spooksfield and loss of farmlands. The additional 23% of homes in the village, being much bigger than the current average 2 or 3 bedroom homes, would result in much greater than 23% increase in cars and people. It would also be the first steps to much further larger developments infilling and taking more valuable space. Even if the proposed buildings were complementary to the village's appearance, the character and size of the development would outweigh the existing feel and charm. The village simply cannot cope with the additional burden, and the development would certainly not enhance it. Wildlife and nature. On Sunday morning, whilst wrestling on how to put this statement together, I, even with my degraded hearing, noticed the dawn chorus and its wonderful variety, the symphony of birdsong, underscored by the cuckoo magic. Its magic is truly amazing. This all before the church bells sounded or the business of the day broke. On Monday, yesterday, I managed an amateur recording just so you can get a taste of it. I want others in the future to be able to still hear that sound. The DEFRA report, Wild Bird Populations in the UK, 1970 to 2021, which was last updated on the 13th of April 2023, highlights that the farmland bird index decreased significantly since 1970. The index for all farmland species declined by 58% to 2020. Breeding farmland bird populations in the UK is considered a good indicator of general stability of the ecosystem as a whole. Although it is a complex picture, land availability and the use has to be a major factor. Farmland also provides semi-natural habitats such as hedgerows and field margins that provide food and shelter to birds. The decline in populations is partly due to changes in farmland practice, where hedgerows and margins have been removed. Here in Cliffe, the marshland, the chalk pits that border the village provide a haven of a variety of bird life and wildlife. This wildlife does not understand the boundaries imposed by man. So use the space around these sanctuaries, the hedgerows, the field margins, and any inviting space. Food sources are in good supply here. Anything that affects those surrounding areas will of course have an effect on the ecology of the RSPB wetland and reserves marshland. At our house, we had nesting house martins and orees until 10 years ago, when renovation work was carried out, and they never returned. However, we are fortunate still to have nesting house martins, a protected species, in Cliffe, as photographed and video footage can testify to. I think I provided that to you earlier. Just last year, on the telegraph pole outside our house, a woodpecker, another protected species, was seen. The proposed development will necessarily cause damage or removal of wildlife habitat, and its replacement by roads, drives, pathways, patios, and manicured lawns is no suitable replacement. We can expect, as a result of this development, there will be an adverse effect on bird numbers and wildlife as a whole, and we would expect to see further population decline and more extinctions. We ignore the effect of wildlife, the effect on wildlife and nature to our own immeasurable cost. And we don't fully understand the ecology and how it entwines with man's own well-being. Food and food security. It might seem strange for me to bring this subject up, but others would say this is singularly the most important matter related to land use in the UK. I know there has been some debate as to the grading of farmland to be used for this proposed development. Regardless of its grading, I know two things. Firstly, that the farmers are charged rent for high-grade farmland, and that's how they use it. Secondly, that I have seen in my 26 years, my house, that the fields have been regularly farmed and irrigated, producing hugely varied crops from cereals to root vegetables, cabbage, peas, onions, and many, many more. Currently, Tom Filmer is growing coriander. The DEFRA UK Food Security Report 2021 says, and this is a quote, "It's important to recognise that not all land is created equal. Grass will grow almost anywhere, but gradient, soil quality, rainfall, water levels, and other factors make much of the UK's agricultural area unsuitable for crops, while other parts are only suitable for specific crops." This report goes on to say that in 2020, only 26% of the UK's agricultural land was cropland. Trends in land use have been generally stable over the last 30 years, but climate change poses a threat to high-quality arable farmland, and competition for land use is increasing. DEFRA also highlights the unsuitability of much of the UK's land for growing crops. This underscores the importance of the land such as we have here. To emphasise the importance of this very subject, today, Tuesday the 16th, May 20th, our Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is holding a summit of food security in Downing Street. Secretary of State, ministers, food producers, suppliers, supermarket CEOs and farmers alike are gathering to tackle this very issue that we are currently discussing here. The importance of our fields has never been more critical than now. We need to maintain and enhance what we have for ours and our own children's future. I do not want to call Trentport's developers evil, and I just think they're misguided. I have studied business and been involved in it all my working life, and I see how the mantra of growth and profit has become all-consuming at the cost of people, society, and the environment. We have become slaves to the corporate balance sheet, shareholder returns, and bonuses. This approach is simply not sustainable in a finite world. We have to take the role of stewards seriously. We owe it to the rest of humanity and to the planet to be caring for the environment. We have a choice of what part we play here. We are responsible for our thoughts, words, and actions, and we will be held answerable to whoever the higher power is here. We have a choice on what we add to the picture. Is it going to be a dark and dying, or bright and full of life and possibilities. For make no mistake, although we are talking of just one small village, it plays a part locally, regionally, nationally, globally, in the bigger tapestry. We need to keep our part of the Garden of England. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now I've got Heather Wright. Thank you.
Hello, and good day to you all. Thank you very much for making the time to hear us, and we really appreciate that. I'm reading the interested party statement of Mrs. Larissa Howarth of 2 Cliffe Court. My name is Larissa Howarth, and I've lived in the village of Cliffe for 21 years. I've also worked as a primary school teacher in the local village school, St Helens. I'm writing this statement to share my personal experiences and concerns regarding the building of 250 houses in Cliffe and how Trentport's proposed development will negatively impact the lives of all villagers in terms of the provision of sustainable health care, in particular the GP surgeries which serve our village. As the situation stands now, the villagers of Cliffe do not have sufficient accessible medical facilities, nor do they have adequate public transport links to access these services. At present, High Park's medical practice comprises of 4 sites: Cliffe Woods, main site, 3 branches, Wainscott, Higham and Cliffe, with over 15,000 patients registered. Prior to the amalgamation of the 4 sites, Cliffe Surgery operated a full capacity service, including face-to-face appointments, inclusive of late-night appointments, with at least 4 resident GPs, blood screening, clinics for a variety of conditions, a pharmacy service, among many others. This meant that all residents of Cliffe could walk to their local surgery and access any GP service they required. However, Cliffe branch now serves as a pharmacy only. There are no GPs, no nurses, no medically trained staff to run the clinics. No one except a receptionist, a pharmacist, work at the Cliffe branch. In real terms, it's fundamentally closed. This has resulted in every person living in Cliffe having to travel to either Cliffe Woods, Higham or Wainscott to seek a medical appointment. The reality for many means travelling using a restricted public transport system to access the GP service. This in itself has accessibility issues and cost implications for families on low income. For example, to reach Higham branch from Cliffe, you would be required to take 2 buses and a 9-minute walk, which would approximately take 55 minutes. Imagine being a parent with young children and a pushchair trying to navigate this journey whilst fighting sickness yourself or one of your children trying to cope with sickness. Or if you were an elderly person, frail, vulnerable or living with a disability and having to face the same transport issue. Wainscott and Cliffe Wood branches have similar transport concerns. The former taking approximately 30 minutes with a 13-minute walk, the later 13 minutes with a 5-minute walk. You may think that access to Cliffe Woods branch is manageable. However, we do not have a choice in which branch we are allocated, resulting in the possibility of the most vulnerable travelling to the furthest and most stressful of journeys. Furthermore, There are restrictions on how many return buses you can take from Cliffe during the day due to timetables, frequencies and routes. Over our stretched, limited public transport system at present barely meets the needs of our villagers. If 250 houses are built in Cliffe, and taking into consideration the 250 houses being built in Cliffe Woods, as well as the approval for 50 retirement homes in the same location, the increase in demand on our restricted bus service will render it unsustainable. High Park's medical practice employs 13 GPs. These are part-time doctors, so in effect our community of over 15,000 residents are served by a mere 6.5 doctors. As a village, we have daily ongoing issues with accessing face-to-face appointments with GPs, clinics, blood tests, etc. Due to the frightening lack of availability of GPs and other medical staff, the system High Park's medical practice uses is an online e-consult, which requires information being submitted online before a decision is made whether you can see a doctor. It's not possible just to walk in and speak to a receptionist and make an appointment that way. This has proved extremely problematic due to the overwhelming ratio of patients to doctors it has resulted in. Delays in getting a call back from a GP, not being able to get an appointment, not being able to get prescriptions in a reasonable time due to e-consult is not facilitating the requests. On many occasions, e-consult is closed within 30 minutes of its opening for the day due to sheer demand. This means trying again at 7:30 a.m. the following day, using 111 or attending A&E, if public transport, is a 50-minute journey to Medway Maritime Hospital or a 1 hour 20 minutes to Darrant Valley Hospital using 3 different buses. I was unfortunate to need medical assistance recently. I had a non-urgent medical condition which needed examination and attention by a GP. I completed an e-consult and was advised to telephone the surgery to make an appointment. I did so at 8:15 and I was 43rd in the queue waiting to speak to the receptionist. I waited my turn, which took 57 minutes to get through to who informed me that all the appointments for the day had reached capacity. I was given the option to phone again the following morning or to attend A&E. It was not an emergency, so I called back the next morning only to be told the same thing. On the 11th working day of calling, I was finally given a telephone appointment with a doctor for 3 weeks' time. In total, I have been waiting for a telephone consultation for 32 working days. As you can see, we have extreme limitations on appointments for the existing villagers. Having to stretch this vital service to 2,000 plus new residents, which includes the already approved developments, will result in the collapse of our already overwhelmed rural health service and public transport. Our services will simply crumple and collapse under the sheer demand. If the proposed 250 houses are built in Cliffe, in addition to the 250 already being built on Town Road, Cliffe Woods, and the 50 retirement homes, which by definition will be occupied by those with a high use of the surgeries, in Englewood Crescent, Cliffe Woods, the new development will increase our population by an extra 1,100 plus people in Cliffe Woods and an extra 1,000 people in Cliffe. This has horrifying consequences in terms of Cliffe's healthcare facilities. The reality is we are a small village with extremely limited resources. We cannot support any new large-scale housing development. The odd new building, single house, yes. Anything larger is truly frightening and detrimental to our physical, mental, and general health and well-being. interested party statement of Mr. Christopher Howarth. As an introduction to myself, I am a 63-year-old who's grown up and lived in villages my whole life. I've owned my family home in Cliffe Court, Cliffe, for 23 years now, where I live with my wife. I consider myself a well-educated, semi-retired, professional and logical individual. I've been a qualified football referee since 1984 and have a great interest in the need for any form of grassroots sports. Cliffe currently has 3 football pitches, 1 rugby pitch, 1 cricket pitch and 2 tennis courts. These are split over 2 sites. One site is in the APCM and the other site is in the sports field to the rear of the Memorial Hall in Cliffe. Both have adequate changing facilities for teams who play there competitively. The APCM has been used in excess of 60 years for sport, as has the sports ground at the rear of the Memorial Hall. Both grounds are currently maintained by Medway Council and are considered to be fantastic community assets. When not being used for sporting events, it's a green, open space that allows people to exercise, walk dogs, engage in hobbies in a safe and an ideal and central location within the village. Having been involved in grassroots sports for almost 40 years, I'd like to say that I am more than qualified to comment on the positive effect that the APCM and sports field at the rear of the Memorial Hall in Cliffe has on the health and mental well-being of all that these facilities, especially after the suffering of the pandemic, where people are still suffering health and mental problems due to no exercise or sporting activity. I have personally refereed at both locations since 1997 and feel that they are the beating heart of the village due to their central location, easy access for visiting teams, and have seen the value of both locations at first hand. I, amongst many other villagers, use these locations for fitness training, and when I had a dog, would on a daily basis exercise it, either at one or both locations, making many dog walking friends, which enhanced my well-being. The idea that Trentport have submitted in removing the 3 football pitches, the rugby pitch and the tennis courts from these venues at the centre of the village does not bear thinking about, as the only people who would benefit from this is the developers, none of whom I imagine live in Cliffe or have ever visited it to speak with villagers regarding their building proposals. Both sports fields have been established and used for decades. The locations are well lit, having safe access, and there's plenty of parking around them, both sides. It's a focal point of Cliffe, a reason to live here, something everyone can benefit from, including my family. It is simply too awful to consider that Cliffe, or any village, should have this green community asset removed or woefully relocated for profit. Trentport have said they'll replace the sports fields and create another in the north end of the village. They have not said what sporting facilities they would have there, and I have seen nothing in their application. Would they replace 3 football pitches, cricket square, 1 rugby pitch, 2 tennis courts and 2 functional chaining areas? My answer on their behalf is probably not. The current locations are at the heart of the village, so why the need to relocate it to a far less desirable and non-user-friendly position? The proposed new location is on the edge of the village towards the marshes. There are no main roads leading to it. They're more single-track country lanes. There is no street lighting around the area. It is not accessible by pavement due to its outer edge location, and it will not support the need of any grassroots sports teams visiting over weekends in terms of parking. I certainly would not feel safe as a referee or villager trying to keep my body and mind fit at this location. The whole notion of moving the field to an unsuitable, isolated and incomparable location again benefits no one in our community. I'm not sure if Trentport have considered exactly how long it takes to construct a sports field where competitive sports take place, as I can see nothing in their application regarding any time frame for this to happen. Having done research into how much a football pitch costs, it would appear that a full-size grass football pitch is an average of 120,000 to construct, with a time of a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks per pitch, which is very weather dependent. Therefore, the relocation of 3 football pitches, 1 rugby pitch, 1 cricket square, 2 tennis courts, as well as changing room facilities, would, by these calculations, be nearing the £1 million mark, and that is without the cost of ongoing maintenance, as well as parking for teams, spectators, and match officials, which appears from the application to be missing. These costings and timeframes are taken from the website of slattersportconstruction.co.uk. I cannot see from the Trentport application as to whether they have any long-term plan for the maintenance of the new sports area. I, along with the rest of the village of Cliffe, consider the current location of both sports fields to be the heart and the soul of the village. It's obvious to me that Trentport has no heart or soul, cares nothing about any community where they wish to inflict upset, inconvenience, and vast amounts of stress caused by their greed to make as much money for themselves as possible, with a complete total disregard for the feelings and needs of those people who will be affected by their insatiable desire to put profit before anything else. If this application were given the green light, it would be yet another massive nail in the coffin to the grassroots sports coffin. Thank you for allowing me to present my opinions and thoughts. One more. This is my own personal statement as an interested party. My name is Heather Wright, and I am also a resident of Cliffe. I've lived in Cliffe all my life, and my family have lived in Cliffe for 137 years now. I'm very passionate about this beautiful and historic area, and that I have had the privilege of growing up in it. My desire is that it will continue to be a wonderful place for people to live in. I've seen many changes to the area in the years I've lived here. The increase of housing and the increase of traffic on the main road, the B2000, into Cliffe, to name a few. When I was younger, I would think nothing of cycling along sections of the B2000. Now I try to avoid this if at all possible. I live along one of the back roads into the village and have seen a marked increase of vehicles on it. This is due to increased housing in both Cliffe and Cliffe Woods, the village preceding ours. Roadworks due to the increased housing in Cliffe Woods, and also the pressure at rush hour to come off the A289 junction onto the B2000 means that more people are taking to the back road and travelling at speeds which are unsuitable for the road. The council has refused to have a slow down sign installed, and the reason given was that there have been no fatalities. I would like to suggest that this will be an even more serious concern if we are to have more houses added to the village. The proposed APCM development, in my opinion, would be a great sadness to the village, as generations have enjoyed being able to use these wonderful recreational facilities. The access is great as there's parking alongside it and can be easily accessed on foot and by bicycle, and has a lovely wide open space which can enable so many activities at one time. Another concern I have regarding the building on the APCM ground would be to effectively fill in the village or connect it, and thus enable more building to expand onto more Trentport-owned land outwards from it. putting further pressure on schools, medical access, and the main road, which I would like to say is already currently under strain. This is due to previous houses that have all recently been built in the village, not contributing anything to improving the infrastructure or any of the public amenities currently. The APCM is vital for the welfare of the current village as it stands and offers improved health and well-being for our village. I would like to propose that relocating it and reducing its size will not improve the health and welfare of our village, not to mention the extra cars, parking and pollution that they will bring. Encouraging healthy individuals and families is vital for our village and in the long run save the council and the taxpayers money, and introducing more houses will not improve this. Over the winter, our farm experienced a sewage leak from the existing pipe that serves the entire village. This pipe has not been updated or increased in size for the houses that have recently been built here. This is a serious issue for food safety and pollution control. I do not see any allocation for the improvement of this in the building plan, nor do I see any plan to improve the infrastructure or services in this area. We also do not have any more work for the residents of these proposed new houses. Neither will we have school places or any more doctors. People who move to this area will have to join the car commute into town or further for work, adding yet more pressure on the roads in our village and in Kent. This goes for hospitals and all the other amenities in the Medway area. We're told that the government needs more housing. Let us see the figures on this. I would like to ask why are brownfield sites, derelict or unsuitable houses not being done up first instead of using greenfield sites and excellent quality farmland? I would also like to propose that building houses should not be for the lining of the pockets of big corporations that have little or nothing to do with the area in which it is developing, or for propping up the economy, but that housing, if it has to happen, should happen in small, organic increments and with a view to improve facilities and infrastructure alongside it, not to build the slums of tomorrow. I feel that even by having to be here today to voice our concern speaks volumes, that the village, the farmland and the wildlife feel betrayed, unheard, unconsidered and unprotected. And I would like you to ask to take those points that I've made into consideration when you're making your final decision. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, I've got a Jill Wright. Thank you.
Afraid I come from the same stable, as it were. But I'm not 137 years old. I have only been living in Cliffe for just over 40 years, married a local farmer, and have loved being there. I've also been able to happily serve the village as a school governor and now across the peninsula as a school governor, but also as a minister in the church here in Cliffe. So I have a real sense of the community here, which is so important to this village. It is an amazing community. During that time, I have seen the village grow and change naturally and organically in lots of ways. But one of the things that has become very obvious in the village over that time is that it's become a commuter village. There's a lack of local work, and this means residents have to travel to their occupations to make any money. And this is expensive for them, but also costly on our roads. And this, with the increase of the heavy traffic, and I mean heavy by lorry traffic on the B2000. There are often lorries which have trailers, lorries full of bricks, very heavy on the B2000. That small road that travels up through our village, through Cliffe Woods, it's no longer a road which is really suitable for the villagers. The recent addition of all those houses in Cliffe Woods too means a huge increase in traffic, as we've heard, and the proposed development in Cliffe would further increase that traffic and, I believe, make the road quite dangerous. As a school governor, I'm so very well aware of the situation in our schools and the lack of places for children in education here. This would be even further increased by that proposed development and would make it very difficult for the schools. I know very well this would be a real problem. Then schools have quite enough problems on their own hands without that. My daughter's just mentioned the sewage spill on Grange Farm on Town Road this winter, and the example of the overloaded and poor condition of the drainage in the village. Talking to one of the engineers as they mended it, he said, oh, well, this won't be the last. It's in such poor condition. What is housing going to do to that? Where are they going to deal with that? How are they going to deal with that? So for me, these facts alone, without the mention of the medical problems, should give grave concern, I believe, Madam, for the giving of permission for further housing in Cliffe.
Thank you very much. Next up, I've got Robin Theobald from the Dickens Country Protection Society.
Thank you, Madam. My name's Robin Theobald. I'm chairman of the Dickens Country Protection Society, which has now been established since 1972. The founder was Dr. Colin Smith, who has unfortunately died. I have some experience in planning. I spent 47 years as a member of a local authority, most of it on the front bench on the planning committee. And on 2 occasions I chaired it. I've also been a member of the Ebbsfleet Development Corporation Planning Committee. I don't live in Cliffe, so I don't come here with a vested interest. Having said that, I would plead guilty to being a NIMBY on the basis if you don't defend it, nobody else will. And I think that needs to be remembered when people are calling you a NIMBY, because if you don't do it, nobody else will. Right, as far as this particular development is concerned, a number of speakers have already mentioned that Cliffe has grown organically. This isn't organic growth, this is imposed growth on a large scale. And from that point of view, I think it's over the top. It was commented on by counsel for the appellants that you really couldn't take account of visual impact. I disagree with him profoundly. I think you do need to take account of visual impact because that is amenity. And people need to live in places which have good amenity. It's part of their well-being. And I think the loss of the sports ground would be significant from that point of view. I really do think when you go into the village, you get a sense of the village as you enter it. And you get, after you've gone past Cooling Road, it's an open aspect, both sides of the road. Now, I think the sports found in particular is very important. What we are lacking as far as a nation is concerned is proper strategic planning. The reason we've got a shortage of housing is because we've abandoned strategic planning. We used to have a county structure plan. We then followed that with regional plans, which I think were very unpopular. But in the post-war period, we had the Green Belt, and we had new towns. Areas were planned and there was a central control or a central management which ensured that we had housing. That has collapsed or been abandoned, and I think that's a fundamental problem. Targets being imposed without looking at the impact of those targets on the area on which they're imposed, I think has been a disaster. As far as the Medway Towns is concerned, on a strategic level, they were to be a growth area, and then the growth was due to move to Ashford. It's moved to Ashford, but it hasn't let off as far as Medway is concerned. And I think that is something which needs looking at, but it needs looking at a central government level, not here. Comment with regard to agricultural land. A lot of the Hoo Peninsula, in fact most of the Hoo Peninsula, was identified as part of a strategic a strategic land supply in the county structure plan, including this area. Now, there have so far been recently been eight major planning applications for housing in Medway. All of them have had agricultural reports. One, which was on grade 3 land, said, yes, this is grade 3 land. The other 7, which were on grade 1 land, were all downgraded. I don't cast aspersions on the specialists who are doing this, because they did one in Faversham, which was grade 1, and they acknowledged that it was grade 1. But I can't believe that all these areas are not as good as the ministry maps tell us. But that's something that needs to be looked at, again, from outside. Going on from there, the situation with, on grade 1 agricultural land, only 2.5%, I think it's 2.5% of the land in England and Wales in 1981 was graded as grade 1. Now this is relative. If you say this isn't grade 1, is there any grade 1? Or there may or may not be, but it's still likely to be the best over a large area. So I'm not completely, I don't think looking at it on an individual basis is necessarily the way to do it. I think, Madam, that's probably all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Sheila Evans now.
My name's Sheila Evans, and I moved to Cliffe in 2008. I found it to be a very special place. There's a wonderful sense of community. People are really friendly to each other. My son was fortunate enough to buy a house in Reed Street in Cliffe and now has 2 little boys, aged 3. I would like to maintain the current village atmosphere for future generations. I really want my grandsons to be able to enjoy the APCM recreation ground as it is now and since its creation. A space with the freedom to run, ride, kick a ball, all in safety, all in the centre of the village. It feels a safe place for them, and the situation of the site enhances that safe place feel. The situation of the proposed new site doesn't seem to be a good option at all. It is accessed from a narrow, lonely road without footpaths and used by heavy lorries. I'm opposed to the building of so many new houses in Cliffe for several genuine concerns. The P2000, which is the main road into and out of the village, is very busy even now. The addition of one new estate in Cliffe Woods and the current construction of a further 250 houses, all using the same road, are already making life difficult. When the traffic lights are used adjacent to the construction work, the tailbacks have reached as far as the exit to the bypass. People living in Town Road struggle to get off their driveways. Lines of cars emitting exhaust fumes while they wait in a queue are not good for the environment. Obviously, I would like my grandchildren to be able to walk to St Helens Church of England Primary School. New people to the village would like the same for their children. Sadly, the school doesn't have the capacity for that. That means more road journeys in and out of the village. As in many areas, it is now very difficult to make an appointment at the local surgeries to see a doctor. One has to telephone the surgery at 8 a.m. and wait to be connected to a receptionist. They are always very pleasant and helpful, but it's almost impossible to actually see a doctor. There may be the option of a phone consultation, or all the appointments for that day may have gone. The influx of many more patients would be really difficult for everyone. My last concern is the drainage and sewage system in Cliffe. I live just outside the village, but my son lives close to Marsh Lane. Here there are sometimes problems needing council vehicles to pump out and clear the drains. This happened last year, so if there are problems now, perhaps the system has reached saturation point. Sewage backing up is not pleasant. I hope this helps you have a better understanding of the situation in Cliffe. We aren't just being difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Got Yasmin Elliott now. Good afternoon. I'm reading statements on behalf of other people, as I've already said. The first statement I'm going to read is from a Mr. Ben Morling, who lives on Millcroft Road in Cliffe. Please find to follow my statement of objection in regard to the proposed Trentport development of 250 houses in the village of Cliffe, near Rochester, Kent. As an introduction to myself, I am a 42-year-old who has grown up and lived in villages my whole life. I have owned my family home on Millcroft Road, Cliffe, for 15 years now, where I live with my wife and 6-year-old son. I consider myself a well-educated professional, in addition to being a family-oriented, values-driven, logical individual. My first point of objection to the development is the idea of sacrificing a much-used, loved and needed village and local community asset, namely the sports field, as a proposed site of housing. The field is used by hundreds of people per week, thousands per year, for numerous recreational and sporting activities, and boasts 2 regularly used football pitches, public tennis courts. It is a green, open space that allows people to exercise, walk dogs, engage in hobbies, children to play, as my son does, in a safe, central and ideal location within the village.
The idea of removing this venue from its current location at the heart of the village is simply wrong and does not benefit anyone other than the developer. The sports field has been established and cherished for decades. It's well lit, has safe access, and there is parking around the site. It is a focal point of Cliffe, a reason to live here, something everyone can benefit from, including me and my family. It is simply absurd to consider that our village, or any village, should have this green community asset removed or woefully relocated for profit. Trentport have said they will replace the sports field and create another in the north end of the village. Firstly, I ask why. Why even consider replacing something that is centrally located, more than adequate, is safe and accessible, to then relocate it to a far less desirable and non-user-friendly position? The proposed new location is not centrally located. It's on the edge of the village towards the marshes. There are no main roads, quote, leading into it. They are more country lanes. There is no street lighting around the area. It's not accessible by pavement due to its outer edge location. And it will not support the needs of football teams visiting over weekends in terms of parking. I certainly would not let my son play on a field that is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, and most others would concur. The whole notion of moving the field to an unsuitable, isolated, and incomparable location again benefits no one in our community. It only benefits Trentport and their profits. I also want to raise within my objection the increased traffic 250 houses plus will generate in Cliffe. I live here, I see firsthand the problems we face now with cars trying to navigate already congested streets. We have pavements and streets blocked permanently as residents cannot park at their homes. This development is only going to add to this problem. As basic maths will tell you, we can expect the best part of 400 to 500 extra vehicles vying for parking real estate, in addition to the added traffic movement in and out of the village. The B2000 is a noted hotspot for accidents due to the amount of HEVs and traffic coming to and from Cliffe, the quarries and the farms. The road is not wide enough, and we have frequent jams where lorries, buses, tractors, vans meet and impasse on the narrow highway. Our village was never designed, and never will be, to cope with high volumes of traffic. It is wrong to add to this. It's dangerous, it causes pollution, it causes delays, accident, and I do not want to further risk my safety, my family's safety, or damage to my property by having hundreds more vehicles residing in Cliffe. I have said that I have a son. He's 6 and he attends St. Helen's School in the village. The school is oversubscribed, as are other schools in Cliffe Woods and Higham. There are children from Strood in my son's class because they cannot get a place locally. There is no planned development of St. Helen's School, so please tell me where children will be educated if we increase the population of the village. Why should my son, or any child, suffer higher class numbers, or the notion that schools are so full locally they might not get a place going forward? My son has a right to an education, as do all UK children. So to put hundreds of new houses and people into our community and add further strain on our school and our children's education is simply, he's written this word in capital, irresponsible, and shouldn't even be up for debate. A further example of the lack of infrastructure we have in Cliffe is our sewage system, that has been mentioned. Numerous times a year, there is a Southern Water team and pumping truck on the outskirts of the village trying to unblock and clear the sewers. Why? Because they are barely adequate for the population we have, let alone the hundreds, if not thousands of people these developments will bring, putting further strain on the already struggling sewage system. I said at the start of this statement, I have lived in a village my whole life. I grew up in a safe, green, friendly, amenable surroundings. The village I spent 23 years in a village called Hanslop near Milton Keynes, has had about 1,000 houses built there over the past 5 to 10 years. Hanslop has now lost its identity, its charm, and the relaxed, proper village lifestyle I was fortunate to enjoy growing up in. The essential local services it once offered, such as school places, doctor's appointments, safe, uncongested roads, are now a distant memory. That is what ill-thought out, profit-driven, mass village development brings, and the people who suffer are the residents, our families, and our children. I do not want to see what's happened in my old village happen to Cliffe, and nor do the residents of Cliffe. We are extremely lucky that Cliffe is still what I deem a proper village. However, for many years now, it is apparent that the purges of modern life are already having a negative effect on our community. We have too many vehicles. We have narrow roads, small or non-existent pavements. Our school is having to provide spaces for children from other towns and villages because of oversubscription elsewhere. What I want for me, my family, my son, is to grow up in a community-driven, sustainable and traditional village the way I did. By removing safe, open recreational spaces and shoehorning them into unsuitable, inadequate areas to make way for housing is wrong. To knowingly create a scenario that will increase traffic and reduce safety by building properties in a location not designed to take the extra strain is selfish. And if after you consider my personal statement and listen to all the voices and evidence that we, the residents of Cliffe, have presented, and you allow the destruction of community space, a lifestyle, a happy community, that is irresponsible. The development proposal by Trentport do not consider the real impact this has on us as a community, or how this impacts our future and way of life in real terms. Please do not let profit overrule logic and common sense. Thank you for allowing me to present my opinions and thoughts, and is signed by Mr. Ben Morling. And I've got one more, and it's a statement by Katie Bird, who lives on Millcroft Road in Cliffe. Greetings to those present, and my appreciation for the opportunity to share my perspective with you. I almost did not bother to write this, though. There seems little point if my words are to be discredited before I have expressed them. What has proven even more of an obstacle is that I am struggling to find a way to relay how I feel about the situation. It's akin to a waking nightmare that worsens every time I open my eyes, as I am reminded of the inescapable horror inflicted upon the residents of Cliffe since we learned of Trentport's plans. I'm going to be candid, which may backfire, but I risk the backlash. I haven't been anywhere near as involved in assisting the proposal process as I wanted to be. This is mostly due to the long-standing mental health issues I have to battle with every day. and their impact on my capacity to function. I find the world a difficult, overwhelming place to inhabit, which was magnified infinitely the moment I became aware of Trentport's plans. This may be viewed as an excuse, yet it is my reality, and one I wouldn't want to wish on my worst enemy, not even Trentport, to be blunt. If Trentport's plans are accepted, it will negatively impact my mental health in a manner I don't wish to disclose here. Ultimately, though, does it matter? I'm under no illusion that this is a battle that has been skewed from the get-go. We are facing an opponent who has an arsenal of weapons at their disposal and is prepared to employ them in whichever way gets the desired result. The fuse was lit from the start, and now it seems all we can do is wait for the inevitable explosion and resulting aftermath. As melodramatic as this may seem, if Trentport's plans are passed, it will obliterate Cliffe beyond recognition. The proposals made to counter this inevitably devastating outcome are woefully inadequate. I cannot fathom how at such critical time in the very existence of humanity, when we are being implored to act before it's too late, Cliffe will suffer irreversible damage to its green spaces, as will the natural and animal world who depend on them to survive. I accept there is a desperate need for housing, but by creating a new community, you are destroying the existing one. I'm fortunate to live in a house that backs onto the main field, earmarked for the proposal, and devastates me to think how much will be lost. The myriad of canines and their dutiful owners relishing the freedom afforded to them and the joy it brings, the shouts from weekly football practice and the weekend matches I can hear from my bedroom. Those who make the most of the opportunity to create their own football memories when the goalposts are unexpectedly left standing. Football being replaced by cricket and the quieter but no less passionate vocalization that accompanies it. The competitiveness between those on opposing sides of the net in the tennis court, the continual delight and privilege of the sights, sounds, and wondrousness gifted by the abundance of nature. And lastly, she says, I'm sure my objections can and will easily be countered by the professionals employed by Trentport. Unsurprisingly, I don't have the capacity to strengthen my objection with statistics, evidence, or anything else that can bolster it. All I can offer in response is an individual, human perspective and a plea to do what I personally consider right. Please try to keep in mind the power afforded by wealth and the havoc those who possess it inflict on those who are not as fortunate. As challenging as it can be to believe, particularly in the current economic climate, it isn't money that makes the world go round. Thank you for listening. In hope, Katie Bird. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I've got Mark Stratford next.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mark Stratford. I've lived in Cliffe for nearly 20 years. I've been asked to read out a statement from Mark Caller from Reed Street in Cliffe, if I may. I'm a keen cyclist and have lived in Cliffe circa 10 years. Instead of the sound of cars going past our house, we have the sound of horses, cyclists and dog walkers. The existing traffic by two-car family homeowners and delivery vans using the single-track roads has increased due to COVID, and it has not decreased, resulting in the existing roads being in a state of bad repair. These include the roads captured in the proposed development. The roads around and through Cliffe have been used by organised cycle groups coming from as far as Orpington and Bromley, as well as Kent riders trying to escape the heavier traffic on the B2000. The Rotary Club organised On Your Bike from Gravesend, which is a 3-distance category ride, strongly supported and attended by keen cyclists and families. This ride encourages families and those new to cycling to adopt a healthy lifestyle and get out on their bikes to improve their mental well-being. These rides incorporate the road through Cliffe, taking in the amazing Thames view. Most parents are wary of encouraging youngsters in built-up environments due to parked cars blocking views and cars travelling at speed. This new development, which would take at least 3 years to build, will result in cycle groups and walkers unable to enjoy the Saxon shore, and they will bypass our picturesque village and church on their way to Cooling. Cycle groups currently revert to the back roads, missing Cliffe Woods leading into Cliffe and onto Cooling, Rochester. This is due to heavy work lorries servicing Brett and newly established aggregate warehouses set up just outside Cliffe off Buckland Road. The traffic to both these establishments will obviously increase as the permission and build of the new tunnel under the Thames progresses. Therefore, additional building, lorries bearing down on Cliffe, will have an adverse effect on the community in Cliffe, thereby reducing footfall and cycling due to the lack of pavements and narrow roads, and the sound of building work and gradual destruction of the roads. We ask for the planners to consider the surrounding developments and the existing width condition and use of the roads. This proposed development will not only bring two-car families to the area, but an increase in home delivery vans. The extra traffic will force parents to abandon family bike rides and healthy living to protect themselves against dangerous levels of traffic. The proposed development is not in the interest of the community or the wider public who visit Cliffe to enjoy a rural, village, healthy lifestyle. And that was Mark Caller's statement. I'd also like to just read out a couple of little things that I personally wanted to add. I'd like you to consider the development in Cliffe Woods and what that means for Cliffe. So this is, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's Redrow Oakley Fields, 184 houses. Woodlands Development, 94 houses. And as someone mentioned before, there's 50 units for a retirement home that have been given the go-ahead just out in Cliffe Woods itself, or in View Road, just off View Road in Cliffe Woods. When all these houses are inhabited in 2 or 3 years' time, there will be approximately another 400 cars. Trentport are planning to build 250 more houses. If approved, that would add approximately another additional 362 more vehicles. That would mean something in the area of 762 more cars on our small road. Narrow rural country roads cannot support that level of extra traffic. What about how we live our lives in Cliffe and the surrounding area? We're blessed by the beautiful countryside. We've got horse riders using our roads. That they don't have pavements. They that luxury of being able to have that safety, but it's quiet enough at the moment, reasonably quiet enough, for children and families to go walking, dogs, cyclists. There are 3 horse riding schools within 3-mile radius of Cliffe. There's the riding school at Rye Street Farm, Buckland Farm, Merry Boys Riding School. There's also lots of private riding stables as well, but these stables, they support the life and community of what we enjoy in Cliffe and Cliffe Woods. Children enjoy going out on horses. They're taken out by instructors, and they ride on the paths and the roads and the back roads around Cliffe. If we were to allow this development, that would not be able to happen anymore. It would be too dangerous. If this development goes ahead, there will be a further loss of large area of Grade 1 protected agricultural farmland. And with food security at the top of everyone's agenda, we need to protect our prime agricultural land. These speculative developments are ruining our rural landscapes and will rip the heart out of our community and village life in Cliffe. It will cause further unbearable strain in terms of a large increase in vehicles, introducing potential health and safety hazards, and a decline in the quality of life of the residents along the B2000, leading into Cliffe Woods and Cliffe. The extra volume of traffic will lead to severe congestion on our country roads that are not capable of supporting it. Emergency services will be unable to reach life-threatening incidents. They will be stuck in traffic, unable to pass due to the narrow width of the road. It is implausible that years of excavation, construction noise, and vibration from machinery will not have an effect not only on the residents, but also the existing wildlife, leading to the degradation of the environment and its natural beauty. It's in my view that Trentport are panicking. It seems like they're trying to rush this through. We all know that at the moment those houses are not inhabited at Cliffe Woods. There's still a lot more residents to move in. The phase 1 hasn't been completed yet. Once all those houses are filled up with families and all those cars are on the road, it's going to have a significant impact. It seems that with the extra cars spilling out onto our very narrow road, it's going to cause serious health and safety issues. The evidence to support Trentport's application will fall apart very quickly once all these houses are filled up with residents and families. Due diligence must be followed. At this time, we simply do not know the full impact of what large amounts of extra traffic will have on Cliffe Woods and the surrounding area. This application from Trentport should be rejected until health and safety concerns can be properly assessed. Then and only then can an informed decision be made. Thank you.
So next on the list, I've got Natasha Wade.
So I'm going to be reading for Miss Nicola Roper as well, who is a resident of Church Street in Cliffe. Please find to follow my statement of objection with regards to the proposed Trentport development of the 250 houses in the village of Cliffe near Rochester, Kent. I moved to Cliffe in 2014 with my husband and son. My husband had recently had a mental breakdown, and our young son was showing signs of ASD, which has since been fully diagnosed. We wanted to move out of the town to somewhere greener and more quiet. We looked at numerous villages around Kent and Medway, and we fell in love with Cliffe. We liked the character, that there was plenty of green spaces in and around the village. It wasn't built up, full of housing estates, and the fact that it was at the end of the line of the B2000, so there wouldn't be loads of excessive traffic just passing through. Both my husband and son thrive in this village, and I truly believe if we hadn't moved here, my husband wouldn't be around now. Being able to walk out our front door and onto numerous quiet fields has been the best medicine anyone could have prescribed. My son has other SEN issues as well as ASD, and when he has suffered his meltdowns, just taking him into nature brings him back down and calms him as nothing else can. Cliffe is not comparable to hardly any other villages. It doesn't have any through traffic like Cliffe Woods, Higham, Mepham, etc. If we wanted a noisier village, we could have moved to one of those. And unless you spend a lot of time in the village, you probably don't understand this. But what is being proposed would change the whole demographic of the village. It's not inconceivable that the new houses will increase the population by 50%. This will change our lovely quiet village into somewhere we will not recognise. I know a number of people in Cliffe with mental health problems, and I believe if this build goes ahead, it will affect them mentally, as Cliffe will lose its village and close community feel that it currently has, and will become a much busier place. At the meeting, it's proposed to build a coffee shop, and where the houses were being built, it would link up the village. Link in quotes there. This just shows they have no idea what this village is about or what the people want. We do not need or require a coffee shop. And why would we want the village linked up? We like the green spaces around the village. We live on Church Street, near to St Helens School. When we first moved here in 2014, we barely noticed the increase in traffic at school drop-off and pick-up times. And I could easily drive off my drive during these times. But today, I have to plan when to leave my house around these times, as quite basically, cars race through the village, refuse to give way by the shops, as there's a row of parked cars there, which make it difficult for two cars to pass one another, and in turn, make it difficult for me to drive off my drive safely. I believe the extremely busy road conditions outside the front of my house during these times is due to the increase in school traffic for children being driven to school from outside of the area. There are a serious lack of school places for both primary and secondary in Kent and Medway, which I believe is due to the mass building of new housing estates with no regard for the infrastructure and if it can cope or not. There are a lot of parents driving their children to school from Strood and neighbouring villages, hence the increase in traffic into Cliffe. Building 250 houses in Cliffe will add to the issue of lack of school places and also more traffic, as most parents, if they're short of time and have if they're short of time and have to get to work, will have no choice but to drive their child to the school, regardless if it takes them 5 minutes to walk to the school or not. Parking is an issue also at school times in Church Street. Cars park illegally across people's drives and in dangerous spots, just so they're that little bit closer to the school, thus making it dangerous for pedestrians to cross the road. Station Road is the main road into Cliffe and has a row of terraced houses on one side of the road and no pavement on the other side of the road. Residents park their cars along one side, so in effect, when driving in and out of the village, it is one lane, as you have to give way to oncoming traffic. The people that live here have to dice with death. If they walk into the village, as they are stepping straight out onto the road and have to rely on drivers driving safely around them. From the original presentation from Tremport, I think there was a proposal to create a car park for these residents and a pavement on one side of the road where the field is. However, with the proposal of another 250 houses being built in Church Street, that means that minimum there is going to be in the region of around 500 extra cars coming in and out of Cliffe past these houses, across the mini roundabout into Church Street. The road is not wide enough to cope with that amount of extra traffic, let alone all of the heavy goods vehicles and additional traffic that will be coming in and out of the village whilst there are houses being built. There is no pavement on one side as you enter Church Street from Station Road and no room to create one. So again, This will be very dangerous for pedestrians with the extra proposed traffic that will be coming into the village. Cars are also parked along this part of Church Street where there is no pavement, so again, you have to give way when driving in and out of the village, which will become a nightmare with the proposed additional amount of cars. Another concern is the fact that there are no new hospitals being built in the area. Waiting times to be seen at accident and emergency are ridiculously long currently, along with the waiting time to see specialists and for operations. Medway Hospital is a very old hospital and desperately needs updating and made bigger to cope with its current demands, let alone a mass expansion of housing developments that is planned for the peninsula and Medway, and all the extra people that it will bring. Last year, I spent a lot of time at Darrant Valley Hospital near Dartford with an elderly relative, and there were hospital beds lined up along the corridors. I asked one of the nurses why this was, and he said, due to the overbuilding in the area, mainly Ebbsfleet Garden City, where thousands of houses have been built. They do not have enough beds to put people into their wards. He even found beds in some of their linen cupboards, as they had nowhere else to put patients. It worries me that there is no regard for public safety at all, and no worry about putting this extra strain on hospitals, especially when the NHS is at breaking point. Thank you for the opportunity to make my views known, and that's signed by Nicola. So I'm going to read mine now, which has been written on behalf of myself and my partner as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and my partner Michael. We moved to Cliffe a couple of years ago and now have a 1-year-old son. Although we are new homeowners in the village, my parents and grandparents have lived in Cliffe for decades. So I've been lucky enough to grow up enjoying the fresh air, knowing my neighbours and walking the dog on the APCM. I'm sure that you've had many of these points before, but ultimately the new proposed housing estate would effectively end the lifestyle in Cliffe. Not only because of how vast it is set to be, but because should it be approved, it would pave the way for other projects to be similarly approved and subsequently further impact our quaint village. Cliffe is at the end of a long road, a single-lane road. A road which is busy with lorries, cars and cyclists all trying to navigate it safely. Any Cliffe and Cliffe Woods resident will tell you how the roads can be a nightmare to drive on, particularly in bad weather and during peak times. Sadly, these conditions seem to be getting worse. With every new housing estate built, there are more cars, more traffic, and more danger on the roads. This is something we experience on a daily basis, whether it be driving in and out of the village, walking to see family members, or even walking to the park, which, considering it's at the end of our road, shouldn't be that treacherous. However, due to the ever-increasing cars on the road, the single road, in and out of Cliffe, and the lack of pavements and crossings, this is definitely a worry for me as a mother. Even with the proposed layout, I'm not convinced of its effectiveness of keeping our children safe. Where will cars park to visit the shop, to park outside of their houses, to visit the park, to go to the school? Where will all of these cars go? With added junctions within close proximity to crossings, this is a disaster waiting to happen. It's clear that this isn't something which has been realistically thought out, but instead designed in a fantasy world. Cramming these housing estates at the end of one long road will make things even worse for the residents. The sewage system already struggles to cope, with floods happening regularly. The APCM recreational ground is officially recognised as an asset of community value, and it's not something that can simply be moved. The removal of the playing field would have a damning effect on the community of Cliffe. It's currently in an ideal central location, as you've heard by many people, a central location of Cliffe which allows all residents to access easily and feel safe while doing so. Many residents in Cliffe, including my family, have incorporated this space into our daily routines. The space is used by dog walkers, families and sports teams. The proposed alternative playing field is far removed from the centre of Cliffe and could potentially encourage antisocial behaviour, as it will be far away from the public eye. Not to mention that with it being placed at the very end of the village, this would also add to the increased number of cars having to travel through the village and add to the traffic travelling past the children's park, which I mentioned earlier. Do we really need to burden our children with more risks just for wanting to visit a park? I personally have fond, safe memories of walking my own dog on the APCM, a choice I made as a teenager in order to feel safe to visit the APCM rather than another area which was shielded by the public eye. In order to feel safe, and as even when the evenings grew darker and darker quicker, I knew that I was visible from the road. And if I stayed near to the fence, I could also benefit from the street lighting. I purposely avoided places which were out of the way and where antisocial behaviour might be lurking. Without the APCM where it is now, I'm not sure I would have felt safe. I know the government are under pressure to meet their housing targets, and it seems very easy to say, not on my doorstep. But building an extra 250 houses in Cliffe seems like lunacy. As well as the already dangerous and congested roads, there is the basic infrastructure that is already struggling to cope with the amount of residents we have. I'm referring here to the doctor's surgery, which is oversubscribed and virtually impossible to get an appointment with. A nationwide problem, we know, but it's worth mentioning as there will be an extra 250 families added to that queue. There is also the schools. There are not enough places for the children that live here currently. Adding a few hundred more children into the mix will only strengthen things further. Will there be new schools built? Has there been any consideration to these matters? With new housing developments popping up left, right and centre around the surrounding area, we are simply overpopulating and under-resourcing it. I've seen the measly figures suggested to make the schools bigger or help them cope with the increasing demands, or the idea of simply adding more children to the already overstretched classes. It's not enough. It's not good enough. Both my partner and I have been teachers for several years, and we've seen firsthand what happens when classes are stretched beyond their capacity. In the South East especially, there are many councils who are struggling to keep up with the increasing demand for school places for both primary and secondary. Medway Council is one of those. Medway admits in a report that's online for everyone to see that the West Peninsula, where Cliffe is located, that there are not enough school places to meet the demands of new developments. And it even forecasts that this is going to continue to get worse with no feasible solution on the horizon. We cannot keep adding more houses to the equation without dealing with issues first. To put it plainly, there are not enough schools. The National Education Union have published government statistics that it estimates by 23-24, 52% of English councils will not be able to meet the needs of school places. These figures are terrifying. We cannot justify taking away a child's right to go to school in their local area, and to not have to travel miles just to put the money in Trentport's pocket. We definitely cannot justify sacrificing the quality of a child's education to build on farmed land. Children will not receive the education they deserve, and you can bet the schools won't receive extra TA funding for those children that need it. With families fighting for a place in local schools already and having to compete with families living outside of the village, it's got us worrying about where our own son will go to school. It also makes me wonder about the quality of his education and how much he'll miss out on due to the extra demands which will be placed on local schools. This is more than just the houses would spoil our view. This is about the quality of the life for all residents. That includes the new owners of the houses proposed. They too would suffer the same dismay of not getting a doctor's appointment, struggling with non-existent school places, and having to queue up just to get out of the village. Cliffe is a quiet village. It's not a city or a town. It doesn't have a Starbucks, it doesn't have a shopping mall, but nor do the residents require one. We bought our house in Cliffe because we want to live to these values. So please help us keep it a village. Thank you.
I've got Christine Murrell on my list now. Thank you.
Hi. Wish I hadn't gone last. Oh, one more. This is only a short statement. My name is Christine Murrell. I'm 66 years old. My family and I have been residents of Cliffe and Cliffwoods since 1960. And of course, I object to your proposal to build the houses. I have many concerns, but I only address a few in this statement. One of my greatest is the use of agricultural land for this purpose. The loss of the fertile land which grows a wide range of food affects not just our community, but ultimately the whole country. Food production, disturbance of habitat for wildlife, employment are all affected when land is used to build houses. I personally feel that whoever purchases land has a duty to keep its use for agriculture and should not profit from it. Once land is concreted over, it is lost forever for everyone. Another concern is to move a much used and needed recreation ground to the top of the village. I really do not understand why Trentport is considering this action. I cannot emphasise how important the APCM ground has been to myself and my family since living here. When they were young, I would only allow them to play on this ground. They were not allowed to use the enclosed recreation ground behind the Memorial Hall, as I considered the APCM rec a much safer open area where they were visible to other people, and I felt it was much closer to my house. As an older woman now, I worry that in the future I will have much further to walk to access a safe, flat area to exercise in, as I live in the south of the village. It seems the residents living in the south of the village will be deprived of this asset if this goes ahead. And of course, it has been said already, I know, but another worry for me personally is our GP service. More residents will put strain on this, and already, as you've heard, our Cliffe surgery has stopped appointments, and I will have to travel to Cliffwoods or Higham, which is all right while I'm still driving, but will be a problem later in life. How will this service cope with the extra residents that all the new builds are bringing to the area? During my lifetime in Cliffe, I have seen many changes. I've seen the Cliffwoods estate built, but in Cliffe, shops have shut, schools have been knocked down, farmyards built on, gardens and brownfield land have all been utilised for housing. So Cliffe has expanded gradually. It's over 43 years. And this proposal to suddenly put 250 buildings will change the nature and size of this historic village so quickly. I fully oppose this and sincerely hope it will not be allowed. Many thanks for letting me speak.
And we've just got one more, Robert Wyatt, if everyone's happy to continue just beyond.
Before I start, Madam Chair, could I just say I have a petition that about a dozen of us held in a very short space of time. We gathered 1,292 signatures. I would say that of those 1,250 are people directly affected living either in Cliffe or Cliffwoods or surrounding areas. I'd also say that I think every signature carried with it a conversation. So you knock on a door and you think, just sign, but no, I just want to talk about what the impact is and what the concerns are. And of course, we had to listen, quite rightly. So I don't know about the protocol for that. Would you like to see that? But I've got it there. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Robert White, and I've lived in Cliffe for 20 years. I'm not a monarchist, but on the 4th of May, I stood on the roundabout at the end of Station Road, asking drivers of the 30-plus vehicles entering Cliffe if they would mind either waiting or taking an alternative route because Cliffe was celebrating the coronation. And there was a parade taking place. I received smiles thank yous and cooperation. I couldn't imagine doing this anywhere else in Medway, in the Medway towns, getting the same response and not putting myself at great risk. Cliffe is a small village, but it has a proud history of celebrating special events. The coronation event was typical of Cliffe. It was organised by the Memorial Hall Trust, who set up a small army of volunteers. They spent weeks creating decorations and props. They gathered from a variety of sources: chairs, tables, ladders, generators, marquees, and so much more. A programme of events involved different local groups: the Scouts, Cubs, dance groups, pupils from St Helens School, a team from St Helens Church, and a sort of musicians. Food and drink came from a variety of sources, some professional, but the majority from local people. Could I just comment as an ex-teacher that I was really thrilled that the contributions from the local school were put on display. And I said, wouldn't it be good if they had an audience? Oh yes, we do that. We go along and we put a comment on each one and they get a reward. And that, to me, summed up what it was about the Memorial Hall Trust that made it that bit different, that bit special. On the day, as you'll know, it rained, but people still came and they enjoyed themselves. Sandra and Tom, who were in their 80s, sat on their thrones on the back of an open truck to lead the parade. Toddlers in frocks, steered by proud parents, joined in. Families wearing Union Jacks gathered by the church and were provided with refreshments by the church group. They paraded. It was quaint, it was old-fashioned, it was Cliffe. As the rain came down that afternoon, people watched local groups performing on the grass. They wandered around the stalls, they ate, they drank, they chatted. It was people sharing with people, a real community event. I understand that Trentport's plan to develop 250 houses in Cliffe is supposed to sustain the village. The people of Cliffe have witnessed a great deal of small developments over the years. There are cul-de-sacs, and I've been down them, and side roads packed with houses from the 60s through to the present day. Since the 70s, the people of Cliffe have seen the loss of 6 pubs, 2 restaurants, a post office, a chemist, 2 general stores, a petrol station and shop, and a hardware store. The new houses brought nothing with them except more people and more cars. And Trentport proposes to build a community hub. I don't suppose that anybody from Trentport was at the coronation festivity, nor at the Jubilee party, nor at the bonfire night. All events organised by the Memorial Hall Trust. The Memorial Hall provides a venue for a nursery, coffee mornings, brownies, guides, rainbows, parish council meetings, dance classes for children, ballroom dancing, bocce training for a disabled group, a disabled football club, Pilates, dog training classes, quiz nights, music nights, Christmas fairs, boot fairs, and a yoga group. The Trust raises funds to keep going. It is a real focal point for the people of Cliffe, and Trentport proposes to build a community hub. Trentport also proposes to reallocate the APCM ground to the far end of Cliffe. I trust that once they've read the research done by the University of Leeds, they will reconsider their proposal. I quote from BBC News. The research was led by Dr. Anna Barker from the university's law school. In Britain, women are 3 times more likely than men to feel unsafe in a park during the day, she said. This is worse after dark, when as many as 4 out of 5 women in Britain said that they would feel unsafe walking alone in the park, compared to 2 out of 5 men. Dr. Barker said this meant women and girls were less likely to use parks than men and boys, which has a significant impact on their lives. Keep Britain Tidy's chief executive, Alison Ogden-Newton OBE, said it was critical to understand that what makes women and girls feel safe in green spaces. She said research showed 70% of people in urban areas did not have access to good quality grass spaces. When coupled with women's concerns about using those few green spaces they have access to, it means there is a real inequality. I was interested to note that Trentport are going to build a sports ground for the whole community. They seem to have excluded 50% of it and more. As a dog walker who uses the APCM ground at least once a day, I can think of a dozen women who walk their dogs on their own. One can only presume that they feel safe. The ground is open and easily viewed from the road. Unlike the wreck, which is not overlooked, There is no vandalism, no arson, no graffiti, and no drug abusers. Lastly, the people of Cliffe and Cliffe Woods residents group. I understand that Tremport have made disparaging comments about the residents group, misleading the people of Cliffe. I do not know what direct evidence this is based on. I've knocked on doors and talked to a large number of people of Cliffe. They understand what this proposed development boils down to. Their response has been along the lines of 250 houses, that's 1,000 people, that's over 600 more vehicles. I already have to queue down Church Street and Station Road, they're effectively single lane. It's ridiculous, there are already too many cars. The other comments I've received are, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to you all for taking the time to be here today and for giving me your comments and contributions. That's been very helpful, and I'm grateful to you all for that. I think it's absolutely lunchtime, 10 to 2. Sorry about that. I hope no one's keeled over yet. So I think if we take a lunch break, do we need an hour or 45 minutes, or just mindful of the time? I want people to have time to get to wherever they need to go.
I don't know where I need to go by lunch, but I'm sure I can manage that 45 minutes.
What do you think? Yeah.
Happy with an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also don't know where I'm going, but I'm happy with 45 minutes if you want.
Okay.
I
If we
mean,
do 45 minutes, and if everyone's not made it back, then we can pause for slightly longer. So that takes us to 25 to 3 when we resume, and we'll just discuss the petition then and make a judgment on that as well. So thank you very much. It's adjourned until 25 to 3. Okay, welcome back. It's 25 to 3. Has everyone had enough time? Yep, fantastic, thank you. Just a few procedural matters before we go. Mr. Strawn, Mr. Defer, had you had a chance to consider whether you're happy for me to accept the petition?
I don't suppose we mind.
Would you like to see it first?
I haven't seen it.
I think it's
I heard it being referred to, but that's as much as I know. From my perspective, madam, I've got no issues, but it's probably a matter for the appellant.
Yes, thank you very much. If we've got the petition, would you like to have a look at it? I think it's, yeah. It was, bear with me, I think it was Mr. Wyatt, wasn't it? Is Mr. Wyatt still here with the petition? Okay, thank you. Okay, I've resent the timetable. I've amended it slightly just to take into account Mr. Smith's witness and the roundtable session on the conditions, so they're just in the right place. Again, it's very approximate, subject to change. We'll review it each day, but just to help us keep track of where we are. I don't know, you've probably just got the last one, and I've now sent a new one. Apologies for that.
That's okay, madam. I'll catch up at some point, I hope. But that's great. I'm sure it's on its way to me. Madam, I've got two matters.
Yes.
I've got copies of the signed Statement of Common Ground for you.
Fantastic.
Which I can hand up a copy. I'll just check that it is the signed copy I'm handing you. Yeah. That's a photocopy of the
Thank you very
original,
much.
and the appellant's had some, and I can...
The Rule 6 parties got them, yeah.
The Rule 6 part as well.
And am I right in understanding that all that's changed from the version that was emailed is that it's signed?
Madam, absolutely. That's all that's changed.
Yeah. So both Rule 6 parties, I've got your comments on the areas that you disagree, so I don't think anything's changed. But if you review it over an adjournment and there's anything different, please do let me know. Okay.
And madam, I've also got copies of that Uttlesford appeal decision that I mentioned at the start. I understand my learned friend still hasn't quite had a chance to look at it.
Okay.
I was hoping to deal with it in chief with Mr. Churchill this afternoon, if that's okay, because I think his chief will be this afternoon, and that will be our evidence.
Yes.
So, unless there's any strong objection to it going in, could I hand out copies now?
Yeah, Mr. Strawn, thank you.
No objection to you having it.
Okay.
Whether it's going to assist you is another matter.
That's fine.
I think technically it's not an appeal.
No, quite right. Technically, put me up on that.
Oh, it's Uttlesford, yeah. It's where the pins have gone direct to pins. Yes, thank you.
It's a decision by an inspector, not an appeal.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely right. Madam, before I call Mr. Churchill, I don't know if we're going to deal with the petition before I call him, but just to mention, we may have to go slow on a few occasions. He's got some IT issues which are making accessing the core documents challenging, but we will do our best. And I think that probably will particularly arise in cross-examination, but we'll try our best to get it sorted.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine and understandable. I'm working electronically for core documents as well, so you might have to wait for me anyway. I've changed the timetable. I think we'll probably get your examination in chief done this afternoon, but then we'll see where we are. It might be that your cross-examination starts tomorrow rather than halfway, but we'll see how we progress and how everyone's doing for time. Councillor Fribbins.
The two issues. One I was mentioning in my opening remarks about the 3-year land supply issue. I've been trying to send a copy of the marked MPPF July 21 to people, but technology's preventing me from doing that. That's the reference, paragraph 14, MPPF July 21. And just to mention, there are 2 people who are here this afternoon who weren't here this morning, which if you have the opportunity to maybe fit them in, they are ward councillors for the area affected.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I was going to come to that. That's fine. I mean, you can pick up on the MPPF when you give your evidence as well, so that gives you a bit of time for anything like that. Just while I've got these additional documents, I don't know whether you're keeping a list, but for inquiry documents, I've got ID1, which is the appellant's opening. I've got ID2, which is the council's opening submissions. And then ID3 is the statement of common ground. And ID4 is the decision I've just been handed. I've obviously I'm aware that other openings have been done, but I'm just doing things that have actually been handed to me in paper today.
Madam, just to assist Councillor Fribbins, the MPPF will of course be familiar to people. It's also in the core documents already at CD 5.1, I think, so we probably don't need another copy of it.
No, that's fine. Right, so before we move on to examination in chief then, we've got, is there anyone else here who wishes to speak then? From interested parties? No. No? Okay, thank you. Well, there will be other opportunities as the inquiry goes on as well. Okay. So if there are no more procedural matters or anything, Mr. Churchill or Mr. Dufer, I'll hand over to you for your examination in chief. Thank you very much.
I'm going to examine my witness over my shoulder, which is a slightly unusual approach, but it's the best we can manage in this room. So I will turn a bit. I can turn a bit. But then Mr. Churchill can't get through. Let you get through first.
Seem me to crawl under, wouldn't it?
I've done worse.
Ah.
Nothing's dependent for now, actually. I can, but thank you. Mr. Strawn's very kind. Thank you. Lovely. Madam, for this, just so that you know, I think we'll need Mr. Churchill's proof of evidence. Then we'll probably, just for some orientation exercises, have a look at the illustrative master plan. There are two of those. Core document 1.4.3 has the original illustrative master plan, and then there's a slightly updated version, I think, at Appendix A to the transport proof of evidence of the appellants. There's also a plan dealing with ownership boundaries, which is core document 1.4.1. Which again, just for some orientation, is probably a helpful plan to look at. Then we'll have the Uttlesford decision, and I think probably one more appeal decision as we go through, but if I just take that at the time. Mr. Churchill, has that given you enough time to set your things? One more minute. The reference, Madam, to the other appeal decision I was going to mention in due course is core document 9.1. And hopefully those are the documents that we'll go to in chief. Ready? Yes. Fabulous. You just start by confirming that you are David Churchill.
Yes, that's correct. I am David Churchill.
I don't know if we can. I think we can probably both keep our microphones on. Let's see if that works. And you're a qualified town planner, having obtained a degree in planning studies and a postgraduate diploma in town planning from Nottingham University. And you became a full-time member of the RTPI in 2003, and you're now a partner of Carter Jonas LLP. Is all that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. And you explain at paragraph 2 that you have advised a range of clients in relation to promotion of land and submission of planning applications, predominantly focused on residential-led development, and your experience includes appearances at Section 78 inquiries and hearings, and as a lead consultant, roles in development plan examinations and judicial review challenges at the High Court. All of that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And you also confirm your involvement in the appeal in this matter in paragraphs 3 and 4, and hopefully we can take those matters as read. Your evidence is obviously directed to the 4 reasons for refusal, which are set out at paragraph 7 of your proof, and I think the structure we're going to take is essentially to run through the headlines in your proof and to give a short synopsis, taking most matters as read, if that's okay.
Okay, yep.
So if we can start, please, with the proposed development and the appeal site. That's your section 2 of your proof. And for this, I think we'll probably want those first 3 plans that I mentioned, the illustrative master plans and the ownership boundaries plans. I don't mind which of those you talk to, but if you could just help us, as the first professional witness, at least giving evidence to this inquiry, to deal with the proposed development and the appeal site.
Indeed, yes, no problem. Well, helpfully, the appellant has provided what I consider to be some useful plans within the transport proof of evidence and figures and appendices, but obviously complemented by location plan, illustrative master plan, and the ownership boundaries that are obviously part of the core documents package. So, in very brief and simple terms, what we're dealing with here is a proposed development on agricultural fields to the west of Church Street, and a sports ground, or the development of a sports ground to the east of Church Street. Obviously, the provision of the proposed relocated sports ground will also be on agricultural fields to the west of Church Street, but further north. The proposals are for housing on either side of Church Street. There are some incidental open spaces provided for within that housing development, or proposed housing development. There are areas of wider open space that are proposed, and as we've heard, community hub, and that sports ground on the agricultural land to the north. Now, as an authority, officers, members, everyone is aware it's an outline planning application, so there are certain elements within the proposals that aren't set, but obviously they are, the proposals are contained within a set of parameters plans, so there are parameters set to the scale and location of development. Briefly in relation to the sports ground, if I may, we've got the configuration set out on the illustrative master plan. I can understand the configuration that's being used there. I've obviously read the evidence of Mr. Grady, been involved in provision of sports facilities elsewhere, and it's my view that it's unlikely that that sports ground, if re-provided in following the grant of the appeal, would be unlikely to significantly differ from the arrangement set out in that illustrative master plan.
And just to pick up, there is 2 slightly different arrangements. Are you talking about the most recent arrangement, the arrangement shown in Appendix A, I think, to the transport proof of evidence?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. The reason being, I think it's from my perspective, it's there's the orientation of the pitches, which is point number 1, and point number 2, you've got the clubhouse and parking area located closest to Butway Lane, which is obviously where you would need to drive into the site. So that is, in a nutshell, the proposals. Obviously, I haven't gone into all the nuances, but it's unnecessary to do that at this stage, particularly in the context of it being an outline planning application.
Thank you. And then the next topic is, we've obviously heard from local residents who are probably best placed to describe Cliffe and its character, but if you could just give your views, please, on that topic.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we've heard from the people who live in Cliffe. I've got no reason to disagree. It is a very rural area. It's a small settlement with a very strong sense of community. I heard representations from, I've got a list of at least 4 local residents who made precisely that point. Obviously, seeking not to, they weren't seeking to repeat themselves, but individually, at least 4 members of the public who are here today made that point. We also heard support for our position that there are a few local services and facilities. I'm grateful for the input from the residents, CCWRDG, Larissa Howarth and Robert Wyatt particularly, who have greater knowledge than I do. But beyond that, and this is from going to Cliffe, experiencing Cliffe as a neutral party, I consider it to be characterised by open spaces and big skies. It's obviously on the peninsula. It's at the end of a cul-de-sac. If you're in Cliffe, you're meant to be in Cliffe because you can't go anywhere else ultimately. And that to me embodies. I hope I haven't offended anyone in the audience today, but that to me embodies what Cliffe is.
Thank you. And then just zooming out a little bit, if we may, and looking at the surrounding area, please, and your sense on the area surrounding Cliffe and nearby settlements.
Yeah, okay. Well, I won't go into too much detail about surrounding settlements, but it's obvious that the B2000 is the main arterial route, single main point of access to Cliffe. Runs through Cliffe Wood as well, and Cliffe Woods is obviously a neighbouring settlement, separated by open countryside. It does have more facilities, but again, as we've heard today, they're not particularly easy to access other than by the private car. Sorry, I'm conscious that I'm racing on. More generally in the wider area, is my opinion that it's not well served by public transport. The area as a whole is impacted by HGV traffic. Now obviously it's not particularly unusual to have large industries, particularly aggregates industries in locations, coastal locations, but there is a very significant predominance of them, and the impact on particularly the B2000 I consider to be fairly significant. And truth be told, I think the road is a fairly intimidating place to be. I'm obviously, well, finger injury aside, able-bodied. I'm a cyclist. I wish I had the physique to run, but I certainly wouldn't want to cycle along that road unless I was in full fitness. In terms of walking, there were obviously limited footways, very limited lighting, and I've experienced it firsthand, but I was grateful to the residents group for the videos that demonstrated the intimidating nature of driver behaviour, and there's obviously only so much you can do to address that, but it's understandable because it's a frustrating process getting out of Cliffe, getting into Cliffe, and if you are waiting behind a cyclist who's naturally going a little bit slower, you're going to be tempted to take every opportunity you can to whip past. And just more generally, as a wider consideration, it's as you come from the more built-up urban areas, I think it's very clear that you are transitioning into a peninsula. Obviously, we talked about it being part of the west of the peninsula, and that general feeling of remoteness that comes with being on the peninsula. And we've also heard it mentioned, and the very fact that I've just talked at some length about cars and roads. It's a very car-dependent location, not only Cliffe, but the wider area. That much is evident from the neighbourhood plan in particular that talks directly about car dependency.
Thank you. So that's a short synopsis of the appeal site, Cliffe itself and the surrounding area. I want to move on. I think we're familiar with the main issue set out in section 3 of your proof to the planning policy framework, and taking most of this as read, if we can just touch on 3 issues. First, the national planning policy framework and any observations that you want to make on that briefly. Then the development plan, and then the neighbourhood plan. But let's deal with the NPPF first.
No problem. Well, obviously the MPPF was brought in some time ago now, but with great fanfare, trying to simplify and make the planning system a little bit more understandable. And it was brought in with the aim and purpose of delivering sustainable development. Without that, the framework doesn't ultimately sit together. That's what binds it from the very start to the very end. We have the concept of sustainable development and the significance of the elements pulling together in order to deliver that. So, by extension, it's certainly my view that any proposals that do not accord with the requirements of the MPPF are by nature unable to claim that they are sustainable development per se. And obviously we are advised or instructed, whatever the correct terminology is, to read the MPPF as a whole and take into account all of the provisions. Now obviously within my proof I look at some of the provisions, but that's just for simplicity and brevity that I've sought to focus on those elements and areas.
Thank you. Happy to now move on to the development plan and just a brief summary of where we are in terms of datedness, weight and consistency with the framework.
Yeah, indeed, no problem. Well, first things first, and it's obviously apparent from Statement of Common Ground, Statement of Case, and indeed the proof that the Council accepts the local plan is out of date. I don't think there's any debate about that. However, that doesn't by nature mean it's immediately cast aside. There are certain core policies within the local plan that I consider to remain relevant, and they're relevant due to their consistency with the MPPF. In terms of individual policies, I deal with S1 within my proof at 2728. In particular, the emphasis of S1 in seeking to prioritise and direct development towards urban areas and identify the most sustainable locations for development, I think are consistent and not just broadly consistent, but completely consistent with the MPPF. I deal with policy S2 in 30 and 31 and draw attention in particular to the point. Obviously it's a daughter policy to S1, but the object and purpose is to manage location of development and ensure that development provides the facilities and in particular access to public transport that support that would provide adequate opportunities for future residents to access the wider area, which I consider to be a significant and considerable contributor to the delivery of sustainable development. I then deal briefly with BNE1 in para 33 of the proof, and hopefully that can be taken as read.
Thank you. Move then, please, to the neighbourhood plan. I think your discussion of that starts at paragraph 40 of your proof of evidence.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we all face the same difficulties with timing, and so inevitably some of the references are out of date. The neighbourhood plan has been through the referendum, and it was a resounding yes. And the administrative processes to take it on to the next stage of being made are all that stands in the way of it formally becoming part of the development plan. So in that context, I would attribute it significant weight in the determination of the appeal. And I mentioned earlier the open views and big skies, and unfortunately that was a little bit of plagiarism from the neighbourhood plan itself. You'll see the reference there in para 43 of my proof. But as we move on, I deal with, in particular, what I consider to be the policies of particular relevance to the appeal proposals, being Susdev 4 in paragraph 45 of my proof, that talks in particular about the rural character and feel of the village. No problem.
Should we pause? No, not at all. I've got power and I've got enough power. So, do you want to plug into this one? I'm sure it's a very safe way of proceeding as well. Back on track.
Just waiting for the big spark to go. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. No, not at all. Not at all.
45. Yeah. Thank you. And then paragraph 46. I go on to consider policy CF1. That. And the emphasis or the underline that I take from this policy is in relation to accessibility in the context of the proposed re-provision of the sports ground. And in a similar vein, E and H1 talks about the re-provision of any facilities only where they are suitably located. So it's that twin point of, is it accessible? Is it in a suitable location? That mirrors elements of the MPPF and elements of wider local plan policy.
Thank you. Move then on to the section of your proof dealing with the case for the council, and that begins on page 60.
Well, just before I do that, sorry, I just wanted to absolutely clarify that as a consequence of those conflicts with neighbourhood plan policy, I consider the proposals are therefore contrary to the neighbourhood plan as a whole.
Thank you. Anything else on the development plan before we move on?
No.
Good. Sorry, my fault. Right, case to Medway Council then, please. And the first topic that you deal with is this issue of the principle of development. And I think part of the way that's addressed in the Statement of Common Ground is the issue of whether the application accords with the development strategy for Medway set out in policies S1 and S2 of the local plan. So taking those issues together, please.
Yeah, no problem. I think it's important first to absolutely clarify, not that it particularly needs it, because obviously it's been trailed in Statement of Common Ground and Statement of Case, but the council is not opposed to development in general terms, and certainly, as we've heard this morning, neither is the neighbourhood plan. And also, it's important to note that the council recognises the local plan is out of date, and fundamentally it understands what that means. It's been through enough planning applications and appeals to understand exactly what that means. And also that the council recognises the housing crisis and the benefits that development can bring. However, what's most important is considering the proposals, both directly what they will bring and in their context. And in this situation, or in these circumstances, there are a number of considerable concerns that the council has, both in relation to the countryside location, the scale of development, and its location in Cliffe. That leads it to the view that it's not the right site, and ultimately its development won't lead to the delivery of sustainable development. Sorry, that was a little bit of a mouthful. But that's the view of the council. And with that in mind, we'd like to make reference to the Uttlesford
Inspector's decision, as we'll
Inspector's
make sure
decision.
that we call it rather than an appeal decision. ID 4, I think that is. Where do you want to take us to in that?
And obviously, firstly, if I can just briefly apologise, it has come in late, but it was a fairly recent decision. But I consider that paragraph 16 of the decision is helpful. And would it be of any benefit for me to read it out? I apologise, I won't give you the context and everything that precedes that. But paragraph 16 reads, indeed, although there is a bus service to the village, its frequency and the location of the stops relative to the site and its internal layout lead me to consider that residents of the proposal would rely on the private car for most of their day-to-day journeys. As such, the site is in an unsustainable location. Now, obviously, it stands to reason, it's a different site, it's a different set of circumstances, I understand that, but I think it's quite powerful to understand that this paucity of service provided in the case of the Uttlesford decision led the inspector in that case to consider the site to be, by nature, unsustainable. There are obviously a number of other considerations before we get to the conclusions or the planning balance, but I think it's probably appropriate for me to go straight to the planning balance.
Yeah, I'm sure that you can be taken anywhere else in it that anyone wants you to, and hopefully the inspector will have an opportunity to get the full context of
course,
the decision if that's useful in her determination.
Of course, yeah. But the planning balance starts at paragraph 46. It's relevant here to note that Uttlesford does not currently have a 5-year supply of housing land, and the local plan is from 2005, so not wildly different to the circumstances faced here. As a result, the framework is the local plan is deemed out of date, and para 11D is paragraph 46. So in that context, the paragraph 11D of the framework applies. So it's in a similar set of circumstances to we're talking about in the current appeal. I then move on to paragraph 48. And obviously, I urge everyone to read it as a whole, but I'm just seeking to highlight a couple of points. That talks about the effect of the proposals on the character and the appearance of the area. And in this case, the inspector found that the adverse impacts would also conflict with the policies of the framework, which is a similar position that we take. Then moving on to paragraph 49, we have reference to the rural unsustainable location of the site conflicts with the overall aim of the framework to deliver sustainable development, as well as guidance around delivering a sufficient supply of homes in suitable locations. Reference is then made to the best and most versatile agricultural land, and clearly that's not a point that the council has taken. It's not in my evidence. We've heard reference to it this morning from other contributors, and the reference here is to the loss not being justified, and other conflicts with the framework as a consequence. Then move on to paragraph 50. It recognises the site and surrounding landscape are not valued landscapes in explicit framework terms, but there remains a requirement to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside in the decision-making process. Again, as I say, that's important. And then finally, on to paragraph 51, where we look at accessibility and noting and accepting that we're not taking a highway safety harm issue, The key point I consider in this paragraph is the reference to the appeal scheme not appearing to give priority to pedestrian and cycle movements. And obviously, as part of that, I consider it not just relevant to the site, but also to people trying to move off-site to access services and facilities where they exist. But also the failure to minimise scope for conflict between pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles. Again, I consider that to be relevant in the context of the proposed relocation of the APCM sports ground.
Thank you. Does that deal with the Uttlesford decision for the time being?
That deals with the Uttlesford decision. If I can then nick that back into my principle of development.
Absolutely.
So just with that last point in particular in mind, the position of the council, and again it echoes what's been said this morning, is fundamentally there is no need to move the APCM. I've obviously read the evidence from the appellant on the upgrades and the state of the existing site, but equally I've heard from residents this morning about the use of the site, and always difficult not to bring in personal circumstances when you're dealing with this, but as a father, I've watched my kids play football on fields that are by no means as well maintained and kept as that. I have no concerns in particular about the quality of the grass. I know Mr. Grady goes into great detail about that, and I've got nothing in particular to say about that. But fundamentally, the position of the council is the alternative will be of lower quality by virtue of its access and accessibility. Again, just reminding ourselves that we haven't taken a point on BMV, but as a point of fact, that's where the highest quality agricultural land is. And we've also read in evidence from the interested parties, or the Rule 6 parties, the reference to the overhead power lines obviously having a fairly significant impact on the ability to deliver a suitable alternative sports ground in that location. So there is no need to move it. What would the replacement would in itself be the position of the council is of lower quality by virtue of accessibility, and so it's a negative rather than a positive. The sum of all of that is the council considers the proposals would breach those relevant parts of the development plan. And in that context, the council took a balanced view. It obviously took into account the recommendations made by officers, but it took a balanced view that the impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Of course, it's entitled to take that view.
Thank you. You mentioned there significantly and demonstrably outweighing the benefits. Of course, the test that needs to be applied because we're in paragraph 11 territory. One reason, at least, for that is the housing land supply situation. Can I ask you to deal with housing land supply next, please, as a topic?
Yeah.
That, I think, sorry, just for anyone taking note, that's in your proof at 68 through to 76, to 75.
Indeed, we've, the council, it said very, very clearly in paragraph 69 of my proof, the supply is currently 3.4 years, and the council accepts the shortfall is significant. It's obviously there are places with worse levels of supply. There are many places with better. There's no point us having an argument about it, except it's significant. However, what's important, taking into account the fact that we accept the shortfall is significant, is the relative contribution that the site can make in that 5-year period. So we're talking about a 5-year housing land supply point. My paragraph 74 and the bullet points that follow it, I consider set out a reasonable, natural process that one would go through following the grant of an outline planning application. Hopefully that's taken as read. I'm sure we'll come back to some of those points, but what I've sought to do there is take a balanced view, and to be quite honest, is my personal opinion, in the current climate that we are in, particularly focusing on the availability of resources, where we consider the availability of labour and the consequential effects that has on the costs of development, that the time or the timings that I've set out there are likely to be conservative. And as a consequence, I consider it's reasonable to conclude the site will only make a minor, possibly a negligible, contribution to that supply. So whilst accepting that there is a housing land supply shortfall, we also have to reflect what the site could deliver within that critical 5-year period. That's not to take away any of the benefits of development as a whole, but it's important to frame it in that context. And I set that out in paragraph 75 of my proof.
Thank you. Moving then, I think, to dealing with the issues of quantum of development, and if you want to take the next part as well, vehicular traffic and amenity impacts, your proof at 76 through the next section as you wish, please.
Okay, no problem. Well, I think the significant points here are the proposals are clearly unplanned. They're promoted as a planning application rather than promoted through the local plan. And the consequence of that is it has to be considered on its merit as a planning application rather than being considered as a scheme that's brought forward through the local plan and potentially with... I was worried about having those windows open earlier, but it hasn't been as bad as I thought it was going to be, but hopefully there won't be too much more of that. But sorry, just rewinding, the point I was making was it's unplanned, and so it doesn't take into account the potential wider benefits or the nature of the settlement circumstances in quite the same way that it could do if it was brought forward through the plan process. And what's important is that it is a significant uplift. We've used the figure of 25%. I've gone in my appendix 2 to some stats from the census. I don't think there's any particular benefit in digging into that into too great a detail. I heard 23% this morning. Either way, I consider that scale, certainly in one go, to be significant and just of itself significant, potentially more so when you consider the site is, and indeed Cliffe as a whole, is remote and comparatively inaccessible and effectively at the end of a large cul-de-sac. The consequence of that scale of growth, again, it's slightly further on in my proof, and the reference is paragraph 88. Excuse me. That they will see an increase in traffic in pure numerical terms of potentially an up to 20% uplift. And we are, as we're reminded with reference to the neighbourhood plan, in a car-dependent location, so it's perfectly feasible. I'm not taking issue with Mr Hamshaw's figures by any stretch of the imagination, but it's perfectly feasible that the level of car dependency may result in a potentially more significant uplift than that. I'm saying, so my proof 88, where we talk about an uplift in traffic.
I just need to be clear, because if I'm hearing what I thought I heard, then I don't see how we're not.
I'm merely saying that in the context, the evidence shows a 17 to 20%, but what we've got quite clearly is a car-dependent location, so at least there's the potential for it to be greater than that. Potentially, I'm not seeking to introduce new evidence on that point. I'm just merely saying that what we've got is a car-dependent location.
Mr. Churchill, do you? Can I just check? Do you have any reason, any evidence to challenge the 70 to 20% figures that are in the transport assessment?
No,
and in
no. I'm not.
Or should we move on from that point?
Thank you. So in the context, the character and amenity of the area, I consider to be linked to the scale of the existing settlement, and the uplifts in both the development and traffic will disrupt or otherwise impact the rural perception of the area. And I've mentioned the fact that it's effectively a cul-de-sac. Expanding that cul-de-sac is very difficult to achieve without creating or without altering the nature of that cul-de-sac.
Thank you. Does that cover what you want to say about that? The other issue we just need to pick up on, no technical case from us in terms of amenity and in terms of noise, air quality,
no,
and transport safety and congestion. That's all confirmed in the Statement of Common Ground. Can you just give us your evidence on this issue of perception of amenity and what you're talking about when you refer to that in your evidence?
Well, perception is obviously very difficult to measure, but I consider the perception of the increase in traffic will put off pedestrians and cyclists in particular, and will, as we heard from many of the submissions this morning, it will change the perception of the site as the area as a small rural settlement.
Thank you very much. Moving then to your section on location and choice of transport modes, and I think really we're coming to the issue of whether this is a sustainable location for 250 dwellings, to the extent that we haven't covered that already. 98, please, through to 115 of your proof.
Yeah. Well, I've just mentioned the suitability of the B2000 for pedestrians and cyclists.
Yeah.
Don't need to go through that in any great detail. We've talked about the levels of facilities and services. We looked at the fact that the facilities on offer in Cliffe are sufficient only for the very basic of needs. We heard again this morning about that. Severely limited retail provision, employment opportunities similarly significant, severely limited. So two major functions to leave the house are in particular severely limited. again, going back to the census information, we see that the majority of the residents in Cliffe are economically active, and the bus service, certainly I consider it to be irregular, expensive, and poorly used. The consequential effect of that is I consider the majority of those economically active would use private car or van to get to their place of work. And the alternatives to the private car or van are inconvenient, poorly surfaced, and unlit, so unlikely to attract greater use by pedestrians and cyclists. I then go on or draw attention in particular to paragraph 110, where I look at paragraph 105 of the framework that directs that significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable. And the logical conclusion, or I say the logical conclusion from that, is there will be some locations that are unacceptable for significant development. And as we can see there at the end of 110, I don't consider that paragraph 105 as a whole is seeking to promote development of a significant scale in rural areas that are incapable of providing for or promoting sustainable travel, which I say is the case in this instance.
Thank you. Obviously, as part of this application, there are improvements proposed. We'll no doubt hear in more detail from the appellant on those, both in terms of public rights of way, the main road through Cliffe itself, and contributions in terms of bus services. Can you just give some brief comment, please, on whether those matters, the improvements relied on by the appellant, are such as to overcome your concerns about the location of the development?
Okay, I mean, I set it out quite simply in my paragraph 114, where I say those minor road improvements, the provision of a travel plan, and the associated proposals for improvements are unlikely or will not change the existing levels of car dependency for future residents. I just go on to say that there's very little that can be done in a settlement such as Cliffe to change the nature, given the inherent locational problems of the proposed developments.
Thank you. Does that cover the issue of sustainability? Move on to the sports ground now.
Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, the only thing that I would also draw attention to, paragraph 113 and the bullets there, that sets out what I consider the appeals, the appeal proposals will not do. They'll not give first priority to pedestrian and cycle movements within the area, and on.
Thank you. Paragraph 116, then you touch on the APCM sports ground, the topic we heard from the local community on. Just ask you to give your evidence on the relocation, please, both in terms of accessibility and this overlooking issue as well that we heard from local residents this morning.
Well, I think the first point, and I'll reiterate it, is the council's view is there is ultimately no need to relocate sports grounds. It's safe, well maintained, unenclosed and clearly visible, and clearly visible from public rights of way, and in particular from the main road that runs through Cliffe. My paragraphs 118 and 119 are particularly relevant there. And then moving on from there to paragraph 124, I would say that the proposed site for the relocated sports grounds except it's within the same catchment, but consider it to be less convenient and accessible. Para 126, it would, and again, I forget the name, apologies, I'm sure I can go back, but we heard this morning that it is, it wouldn't provide sufficient natural surveillance to enable, I'll just
I think both Sheila Evans and Natasha Wade made similar points.
Indeed,
on that.
indeed. And indeed, Robert Wyatt made the point about the potential inequalities that could be brought about as a consequence of a lack of natural surveillance. My para 127 talks about the unsuitable access arrangements, both, well, in terms of the lack of footways to get to the main access point, and for the avoidance of doubt, I'm referring to the main access point as the main vehicular access point, which I consider to be the main attractor. Naturally, you would, it's human nature to go in to the car park, to the clubhouse, before you then access the fields. Lack of footways, single carriageway, unlit. It's, again, I talked earlier about it not being conducive to people using that, particularly as on foot or cycle. I consider that to be the case there as well. I go on in 128 to talk about the alternative being a less prominent and accessible location. And just for absolute clarity, I talk in 129 about the fact that the proposed relocation, it was mentioned on a couple of occasions again this morning, does not cater for the less able-bodied. And by that, I mean those people with mobility issues and parents with young children who may have to push a buggy, and are arguably the people who you would most want to use those facilities, encourage sports participation, encourage the enjoyment of open space, and allow for them to access it. It's probably worth mentioning briefly the desire lines point, if that's of any assistance. We've got some helpful isochrones in the appellant's transport proof that are obviously seeking to make a point about accessibility.
Should we just help with a reference?
Oh, yeah.
That's absolutely fine. I'm just finding it myself. There are the 10-minute walking catchments in the figures. Are those what you're thinking of?
Yes.
1
and 2.
Figures 1 and 2 to the transport proof, which is a separate document to the proof itself.
So what they show is the walking isochrone, which is layman's terms point-to-point distance around a point of access for the two proposed main points of access or access points. One being on the byway RS 87, and the other one being via Buttway Lane. What they show, both of them, is the majority of Cliffe residents, certainly to the north, would be able to access both of those access points. My point is the natural desire line for the majority of those people, particularly bearing in mind that you would be accessing the car park and the clubhouse from Buttway Lane, is to use that access point as the principal access. In order to use RS 87, many would have to dogleg or deviate. It's not direct. I consider it to be fairly inconvenient just generally, but specifically in relation to less able-bodied individuals. And as a consequence, I think the majority of people would use that buttway lane access as the first port of call.
Thank you. I don't know if you've said what you want to say about it, but I just want to deal with the issue of the location of the new or the proposed sports ground in terms of overlooking as well, and your observations on that based on what we've heard so far.
Yeah, no problem. Well, what we've got with the proposed relocation is essentially we've got a series of back gardens that back onto the proposed relocation site. As a natural surveillance tool, back gardens are necessarily less relevant, or they provide less natural surveillance than front doors. Most houses are configured with bedrooms at the first floor rear. Most gardens have got reasonably well either fenced, hedged, or otherwise that there's a disruption of view from ground floor windows, whereas you don't have that from the properties on Church Street that front directly onto the APCM. The APCM as well is directly overlooked by the main thoroughfare in Cliffe, and that boundary, as you will have seen from your site visit and will no doubt see again, is completely open. We've heard from residents who feel safe using that space. My view, my interpretation of the natural surveillance opportunities of the proposed alternative is that it will offer less opportunity for natural surveillance, and by virtue it may, and I defer to the residents this morning, it may put off more people than it attracts.
Thank you very much. That's a sort of canter through, I think, the 4 reasons for refusal. Should we move now to your planning, balance and conclusion section?
Yeah. Okay, obviously deal with planning, balance and conclusions in paragraphs 133 to 136 of the proof. And obviously what I've tried to do, in particular in paragraph 134, is take a balanced view, considering the benefits and harms that would be brought about by the appeal scheme. I consider, for the various reasons discussed, that the principle of development in the context of both the framework and the development plan would result in moderate harm. Notwithstanding the position I've taken regarding the supply within the 5-year period, we attribute significant benefit to the housing land supply and the supply of the provision of affordable housing. In relation to the economic contribution, I've attributed moderate benefit. As I say there, they don't provide for any specific non-construction benefits. And I think in particular, or with particular relevance, I suggest that the appeal proposals actively discourage the use of sustainable modes of transport, which otherwise would contribute economically. And the scale of development and impact on character of Cliffe attribute significant harm. Attribute moderate harm to the increase in vehicular movements and impact on residential amenity. I attribute moderate harm to the proposed alternative sports ground, and I attribute significant harm to the encouragement of sustainable transport. That was the end of that list. I know there's a semicolon at the end, but that was meant to be a full stop. And obviously, it stands to reason that variable levels of weight can be attributed according to the circumstances of the case. Obviously, don't need to go through that in any great detail. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's taken in context. And my ultimate assessment is the adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to address issues such as the provision of the community facilities, landscaping and biodiversity matters? Those are matters relied on as specific benefits by the appellant, and just how you go about looking at those and weighting those in your considerations, please.
Okay. Well, I'm not ignoring them by any stretch of the imagination, but they've been taken into account in the overall planning balance and conclusions we've come to in this case. But in summary, the council views those other benefits that are claimed by the appellant are effectively add-ons. They're not necessary absent the appeal proposals. They're not required by nature as housing and affordable housing are in the national context. Therefore, taken as a whole, they're effectively inconsequential. And we heard this morning Mr. Wyatt made reference to the work that the Memorial Hall Trust does and the level of provision it makes for the community. And the only other point that I thought it was important to flag was the reference in core document 901.
Yeah. This is a Gibraltar Farm, this time an appeal decision from the 25th of March 2022, I believe.
Yes, that is the one.
Where do you want to go in that?
If I could go to paragraph 76. Again, this is in the balance and conclusion section.
Yeah.
It's one of the few I've got printed out, so nice and easy for me. 76, yeah. And I don't want to go through the whole paragraph, but if I just highlight the final sentence of that paragraph, and I'll read it out for the benefit of those, for everyone here. The scheme would provide a nursery and a small retail unit on the site. These would be benefits which would mainly serve the residents of the development, and I give them little weight. And I take a very similar approach to those other benefits claimed by the appellant.
It might be said that what is being proposed, the community hub, is intended for the village. How do you respond to that point?
Well, I would make reference back to the level of provision that Mr. Wyatt talked about in the Memorial Hall Trust, or the Memorial Hall Trust provides. It clearly makes significant provision for the community as a whole. And in the context, I don't consider that the community hall is necessary for the future of Cliffe. It may well provide some facilities that are used if this development goes forward by the existing community, but we can't guarantee that. And as a consequence, I take a similar view to the inspector in this case.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you wish to cover in your evidence in chief?
No.
Good. All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions from me.
Thank you very much. Right, just a time check. We're at 3:45, so how did you want to proceed? Did you want to do a little bit of cross-examination, or given the time that we're already up to, is it worth pausing until tomorrow and then you can dine together?
It's not that romantic, I promise you.
Table for two.
Yes. Well, if I'm being asked, I don't know whether. But
well,
if
I'll
I'm
take
being
a
asked, I
round
mean, I'm relatively neutral on it. The one thing I can say is we're not going to finish today.
No.
So
No.
that means we would necessarily put Mr. Churchill in purder. So if that affects the decision, then certainly I would pause and start tomorrow. Other than that, I'm in your hands as to whether we make a start now or leave it and deal with it all tomorrow.
I suppose it depends how long, Madam, you're keen or able to sit for this evening. I understand you probably don't want to go on too late, but if we can make some effective use, I'm very happy to proceed. Otherwise, I'm very happy to call it a day and come back tomorrow. I'm in your hands as well.
Well, I mean, based on the initial timings, you've got about 3 hours, is that correct? I mean, we're only going to make quite a small inroad, really, with sort of 45 minutes or so into that. So I wonder whether it's just best to resume the morning.
And can I just sorry, I haven't got your timetable
Oh, no.
open, but does it propose starting at 9:30 tomorrow?
Yes, that was what I
fine.
was going to ask.
Yeah.
So we could start, if everyone's agreeable to starting half an hour earlier tomorrow, then that gives us a bit more time. I mean, jiggling around, particularly with moving one of Mr. Smith's witnesses to Thursday, that has given us a bit more time tomorrow as well, so we could get it all done in one. I've got, because we could finish Mr. Churchill by lunch. If you've got 3 hours, that takes us to 12:45-ish for a bit of wriggle room, and then questions and re-examination. We could lunch at 1, and then we've got time to take Rule 6 Parish Council. Sorry, I'm not near the microphone. Rule 6 Parish Council and Rule 6 Resident Group up until that other witness, and we can probably fit that in tomorrow. Any thoughts?
I'm happy with that.
Well,
Do you have a I mean, you're at the
no,
table, so
not at all,
I'm
not
just
at
not
all.
asked you.
I'm happy to do whatever I need to do, whenever I need to do it. The only thing I wanted to say was the canteen advised us to be in there before 1:30, and we might have more of a choice.
Oh,
so.
sorry. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, well, we could always go to the canteen after cross-examination before we do re-examination if everyone's getting peckish. But yeah, it's worth bearing in mind. Thank you. Yes, because we've just got to discuss the petition as well. I don't know, Mr. White's returned, hasn't he? Would it be possible for Mr. Strawn just to take a look at the petition, please, and see whether he objects to it being submitted? And I'll give you a few minutes for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a run on that. And then I think perhaps we'll rest there then, so that you're not impaired overnight, as long as everyone's happy with that.
I'm very grateful, thank you.
You can all blame me when we're squashing it all in at the end next week.
So I think both Mr. Strawn and I need to be done on Wednesday next week. So
Yes.
as long as we're done on Wednesday,
yeah, that's fine.
it's okay.
That's fine, no rush. Sorry, I wasn't staring at you.
No. While we're just considering that, can I just raise the thing that I mentioned at the outset? I have got Mr. Bakes and Mr. Brownstone on standby.
Yes.
If they're needed, and I obviously would like to be able to stand them down if they're not needed. I can see, I'm very clear from the council that they're not needed, and so I don't need them so far as the Rule 6 parties are concerned, but it depends on whether you would like them to attend.
Yeah, I mean, I've read both the air quality and the noise proofs, and I'd got no significant questions or anything like that I would need to sort of grill them on. So I'll have another look through tonight and just double check on that and confirm tomorrow. But I think I'm probably quite happy to take that as read if you are happy for me to go down that route.
Yes, I think we fine. Well, perhaps if you let us know if you change your mind tomorrow, we can get them brought in.
Yeah, I'll double check it all again. Thank you.
And what about this? Well, I can't pretend to have read every page.
No,
just,
fine.
So all I've done, just to be clear, is read the first page, and there are a number of signatures. Do you mind if we take, have we got a copy of the first page?
I'll take a photo.
I was going to see if Mr. Simons might be able to scan it in and email it round so that all the parties have got it. Maybe that's probably
need to do that.
If he's got a quick scanner.
Procedurally, yes.
Yes.
Let's do that that way. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Ah, okay.
I can
lovely,
pick that up with him and make sure that happens this afternoon.
I've
Mr.
put all
Wyatt.
the pages back and clicked it,
Yes.
so it's all here. Sorry, what was that?
Well, there's names and addresses on there, so I suppose it depends if anyone's got any objections to them being circulated. I mean, I'm not necessarily to put it publicly on the council's website or on the PIN's website, but just so that we could have copies, just the main parties. Well, the document with the information on top would be helpful. I mean, I don't need to know where everyone lives or anything. So it's, yeah, if there's just if you know how many signatures are on there, and that information could be included.
I think you'll probably need to have the full document to be because I mean, I'm not making any points about it.
No,
but there are lots of signatories, and many, as you'd expect, are from the same address.
Yes.
You know, so it'll be numbers of people from the same address. So, in order to understand how many households there are, you would need to analyse it in that way, if it matters. That's why I'm saying unless people. I don't want to invade people's privacy any more than necessary, but if you sign a public petition with your address, you're normally expecting it to be provided. I would expect the normal expectation.
Yes.
But I mean, unless people signed it on a different basis.
I mean, I suppose, obviously, if I've got a copy. Okay. Can I have a think about that overnight then with the petition, and we'll discuss it again in the morning, and let me just consider all those options rather than. Mr. Wyatt. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Mr. White, if we hand that back to you then for tonight, and I'll have a look into sort of the GDPR issues and things around it, and we can make a firm decision tomorrow.
I think, Madam, from a GDPR basis, there shouldn't be an issue. It's in legal proceedings, and if you consider it necessary to have that information, that should be sufficient. But I don't see that it needs to go on the website or anything like that, particularly.
That's fine. Okay. Thank you.
There will be about 25 people on there. We limited Cliffe and Cliffwood and surrounding areas. We did have it at the coronation event.
Yes.
And I would say there were about 25, 30 signatures.
From elsewhere. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, well, leave that with me then. So are we content to call that a day and resume again tomorrow? Yeah, fantastic, thank you. Okay, so it's now, my clock's gone off.
Yeah.
Right.
Can we leave documents in here, or do you know if we're
Mr.
required to
Simons, that's probably one for you.
Yes, you can. Yes, we've got the room from now until Friday, so you can leave anything you want here.
Thank you
you,
very
that's
much,
helpful.
everyone.
Okay, so it's now 4 o'clock and nearly time to adjourn for the day. A couple of matters we need to run through and discuss the programme for tomorrow. Have I been provided with all copies of documents that I was expecting today? I think I have, haven't I? I've got the inspector's decision and the statement of common ground. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know whether I mentioned
The legal agreement.
I mentioned the legal agreement, but I also mentioned the committee reports that go with the CDs. I don't know whether they've been uploaded yet, but we might
No,
need
that's for me. I'll check that.
Thank you. Just to remind you about that.
Yes, thank you. I've got a note of that. I'll check my end as well. Make sure they go on the PINS system. Yes. Mr. Simons, are you happy to coordinate them and send them through to the case officer? Yeah, if you send them to Mr. Simons, please. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, where you can. Okay.
We'll spend 10 minutes sorting that out afterwards if that, and try and get you.
Can you send us copies?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, and that'll be circulated. Thank you. So are we all happy to resume tomorrow at 9:30 then, just to give us that little bit extra time? Oh, sorry.
Point I did mention in my opening statement, verbal opening statement, whether a bullet point opening statement would be useful to you. I know the other Rule 6 party was thinking about something.
Yes, I mean,
something in writing.
yeah, I did take.
We only cover,
Yes, what was done. Yeah, yeah, that would be happy. I mean, helpful. I did take notes of what you're saying, but a bullet point list would be helpful from you both. If you could copy in the council and the appellant as well to that. Lovely. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. So tomorrow then we'll continue with Mr. Churchill's evidence, and then we'll move on to the Rule 6 Parish Council, starting with Mr. Fribbins. I've amended and recirculated the timetable. Again, it's very fluid, so don't worry too much. It's just to give us a rough guide. So if there are no more procedural points or anything, the inquiry is therefore adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for your cooperation and attendance and input today. It's been very helpful. Thank you very much.